Hello, hello, everybody. Good morning. All right, now first, let's see if everything's working and if anything's broken, because it wouldn't surprise me if it was. Um, Sorry for the couple days off. If any of you are unaware, my PC died last stream. I'm not actually sure if it had anything to do with how hot it was that day. Obviously the stream had to end because like camera turned off because it got too hot and overheated. What actually ended up happening, which I don't know what caused it, is basically my graphics card overheated and like burned the motherboard or overheated the motherboard or fried it or something like that. So basically it was get a new computer time. And that's what I did. So first of all, can all of you hear me? Just off the bat, I know there's at least a couple of you in here. Is there any sound issues from that end? We're gonna have to go back and forth a bit. I imagine there will be some tech issues. OBS just really hates me as well, so that doesn't tend to help. Besides that, it also happened on the worst bit of time that it could have. A really, really busy weekend news-wise. Hey, now hold on. Okay, I can kind of hear myself, so at the very least, from audio monitoring, I sound fine on this end. I'm still gonna need anything from any of you, if you can hear me or not, before we move on to actual segments, because I don't want to start playing videos and then y'all not be able to hear. Hold on. Thankfully, at least now with the new PC, I can also have Discord open while streaming, which means I can type in Discord chat. I'm like, can any of y'all friggin' hear me? Now, besides just the ungodly heat, the massive inconvenience of me having to get a new PC, and also missing a chance to, hey, Iodine and Borderline, I assume that means you can hear me. Besides just the incredible inconvenience of all of this, though, I am pretty mad that I didn't get to make a bunch of jokes when Syria fell. Kind of like Art actually said it best, Lord Fluffy Art in Discord, showing those Russians what a real 3-day special military operation looks like from the Syrian rebel side, and I was pretty happy to see that. Whereas then immediately following, there was the Brian Thompson shooting, and it's been wild. It's been an interesting weekend. So I am kind of glad to be able to get right back into it. I will be streaming for the rest of the week, Saturday included. Maybe not Sunday. We'll see about that. But I am going to try and make up for some of the lost time. And we didn't get to do any like the Mark stuff this week that we usually do. In the meantime, let's jump to something kind of funny. So this is not particularly important news-wise. I feel like we can mess around for a little bit before we get into the actual important stuff. But this is a Republican Tennessee lawmaker, Senator Ken Yeager, urinating on himself during a DUI stop. These are the elected officials that we trust to work for us and to run our country. Oh, that's a bit loud. Again, let me know if you guys have any sound issues or anything like that. Wow. Really just, like, I know when you're drunk, it's difficult to, I don't know, keep control over your bladder and a lot of your bodily functions. But like, you're not even swaying too much. He's managing to walk that line pretty well. I mean, it's very clear that he's drunk. Anyone with like one eye could see this, but how are you pissing yourself like this, but you can still walk that straight line? In my experience, at least, as an American who went to American high school, when someone is intoxicated enough to lose control of their bowels, their bodily function, usually they're a lot less coherent, then this is professional alcoholism is what causes this, I think, actually. Because by the time you usually like, let it go, you're going to be having a lot more issues than that. Like, all he's stumbled like twice so far, and not even really stumbled off the line, just kind of stumbled in the step that he's taking. So professional alcoholism. But again, this is a wow, holy shit, the whole back of his leg. These are our elected officials, guys. God bless the United States. Did he shit himself too? Jesus Christ. Anyway, not very much important there, mostly just for fun. Important stuff-wise, this just came out, and I don't have the deepest understanding in this. Hopefully Nomad is actually in chat, because we were chatting about this right before stream started, and very curious to see how actually useful this information might be. Hello there, I thought you'd been taken and was in the tower. Well, no need for the organized rescue, although I do appreciate it. I do like the idea of I disappear for a couple of days and you guys get angry, show up with pitchforks and torches as a mob and free me from a tower. That sounds nice. No, my computer exploded and I had to get a new one. Not really exploded, but, piss-soaked khakis and a story to tell. That's Republicans for you. All right. So basically what happened is Google unveiled a new quantum computing chip. Now, whether or not this is actually quantum computing, we'll see. But this is big news in that just last week we were covering semiconductors, advanced semiconductors and microchips, and how useful they are, how important they are, how at risk the supply chain for them is. The new tariffs the new sanctions on the United States that were put on by China in regards to rare earth elements that we use in manufacturing of these semiconductors, specifically gallium and beryllium, something like that. Oh, hey, thanks for the sub back, guys. I really appreciate that. It was gallium and germanium. Germanium were the two rare earth elements. Now, obviously, these semiconductors are in everything, and they're very important. It's kind of what makes Taiwan such a contentious place in the world at the moment. So let's see what Google came out with. What's their new invention?
Now, the latest development from Google that it describes as a state-of-the-art quantum computer chip. The company claims Willow leapfrogs over the supercomputers that we used to consider the world's fastest, and it takes 5 minutes for them to solve a problem that would currently take supercomputers 10 septillion years to...
Okay, wait. So I get the claim of this is what this can do. Are they claiming that this does do that? This can do algorithmic math that it would take septillions of years for regular computers to do now? Or has the potential to reach this level? And just one more time.
That we used to consider the world's fastest, and it takes 5 minutes for them to solve a problem that would currently take supercomputers 10 septillion years to complete. Well, Professor Alan Woodward is a computer scientist at Surrey University. Septillion, before I ask you how much is that, I know it's a lot.
It is a lot. So that does sound like it's not, this is something that, this is not a claim that Google is making, saying that this supercomputer chip that they've created, sorry, I'm just changing batteries and a light, can do this. It's that it has the potential to do this. We're not quite there yet. I would have been shocked if we were, actually, considering basically for a long time now, we've been reaching the upper limit of what we can do with our current methods of computation, our current methods of data analysis. Our most advanced microchips that we have are not all that much more advanced than what our most advanced microchips 5 years ago would have been. And part of the reason for this is you can only make these things so small, and obviously shrinking them down is part of what has been the idea of making these chips smaller has led to them holding much more power in the amount of processing through bits, zeros and ones, that they can do. As we cut grooves into these tiny little silicon chips that are really the size of DNA strands, and the more of these grooves that we cut in, the more processing power this chip has. And as we make them smaller, and we also cut smaller grooves into them, we can fit more and more and more. But now we've gotten to a point where these are essentially minuscule. We already require technology specialized incredibly, like, particularly to even be able to create these, considering most of them are created by one company. And again, we just covered last stream, over 90% of the world's advanced semiconductor microchips are made in Taiwan, whereas just in general, more than 60% of the world's supply is also made in Taiwan. It's not easy to do this. And so by jumping into a different type of chip, whether it's whether or not that even makes sense, just put that to the side for now, is not enough to, on its own, push us up the level of technological advancement, like just one ladder step up higher. That's not enough. What we also need are methods of algorithmic equations, methods of data analysis, of information, both movement within its own closed system, a ability of, basically when you click File Explorer on your computer and it pulls it up, in that is your own system communicating with itself, whereas also through the internet we have our system communicating with other systems. To do any of this on a higher degree of complexity than we do now, we need new math, not just new chips. So the new chips is only half the equation here, so to say. And it is definitely all pretty gay. There's only so small they can go. PCs, laptops, etc. Have to be big enough to be practical. This is also true, but it's not really about the size of the... I mean, look, your phone has these advanced microchips in them as well. We just put more in them. For example, I got a new computer. I have a new 14th gen processor in here, which means there are specifically... This is... Yeah, I'm not a fan, PBG. I'm not a fan. But we do have to understand that this is technology that's in literally everything. And now Google, coming up with their new quantum computing chip, making this claim that it can do processing that a regular chip couldn't do in septillions of years, is not necessarily accurate framing, as the chip itself is not the whole thing. This is only half of the equation. We need the other half, which is the math to actually encode, to decode, to read this data. Hey, thanks for the sub as well, Iodine and Borderline. 10 subs already completed for the sub goal. Hell yeah. But yeah, this is how the Terminator got started. And like, you guys know, I don't like AI, LLMs. I don't like the idea of giving, I mean, obviously not sentience, but more power from our lives and giving that towards companies that build these machines. We're relying on them to not fuck us over, and I just don't think that that's a smart way to go. And yes, you already do need a microscope to even make these components. To do the upgrades yourself, that's going to get harder and harder back as. Now, and Sentient Juice Slave, I do love you.
But first of all, I'm going to start with the, the very basic question. If you can explain what a quantum computer chip is.
Right, that's the $1 million question. The in conventional computers, the laptop I've got in front of me, the
Hold on, is that cutting off for you guys, or am I just seeing it cutting off like that? Is it all choppy?
unit of information that's used for processing is called a bit. Most people have heard of a bit, and it has two possible values, 0 and 1. And typically the way they're implemented on a chip is with a transistor, which is a fancy switch. So the switch is either on or off. So it's either 0 or 1. in quantum computing, you use what's called a quantum bit. And the quantum bit can also be 0 or 1. But if you can get it, if you can coax it into this very special...
And that's what I was talking about when referring to there's probably going to be some tech issues. Let me see if upping the bit rate can make it a bit better. Hey, Captain O'Call, thank you. That's way back from the beginning of the stream, though. You might want to jump to now.
State. It's a complex combination of 0 and 1. Some people argue that it's all possible values at the same time.
Is that better with it being less choppy, jumping the bit rate up a bit? Are we heading down the cyberpunk route where we neurologically link to the computer via a jack point in our neck? Possibly. I mean, Elon Musk has been trying to do like brain chips for a while to turn you all into Cybermen. We might be going down the cyberpunk route. We might be going down the Doctor Who like Cybermen route, or we might just be going nowhere with this and none of this might mean anything. You guys do have to remember, this is basically just a corporation saying, hey, look, give us money. We made an invention. And these days, that doesn't necessarily mean anything until something comes out of that.
And if you get lots of those working together, then you can actually, it turns out there's some algorithms you can do which are much faster in that sort of state with a qubit than you could ever do on a conventional computer. I'm slightly hesitant to say that this is the comparison with the supercomputer is actually really a valid one, because the algorithm they implemented is really all about, it relies on quantum physics. And so the first thing the supercomputer would have to do is simulate the quantum computer or the quantum circuits.
Yes, this new technology relies on a study that we don't particularly understand completely yet. Can you see the actual paper? I'll see if I can find it to link it to you. We do have like a Twitter thread that's going to go into it more in depth after the fact, which is why I actually wanted you here, because I can read this stuff and try and explain it to you, but when we get to like qubits and more, I'm like, I know what a qubit is. That's the line. After anything past qubit, this is over my head in a totally different industry. But let me see if I can find the actual paper.
So I'm not sure it's a fair comparison in some ways. But the more interesting part about what they've done and what Google have done in this paper they've put out is what's called error correction, which is a very boring subject. Most people will never have heard of it, but we're all relying on it. I'm using it right now. All our modern electronics have errors in them all the time. And if you're not to end up with just lots of noise, but actually a signal you can use, you have to do what's called error correction. And what they've worked out is how to build a chip with over 100 qubits on it, such that they've reduced the error rate below a magical threshold that everybody's been trying to get to for a long, long time. And that's the big...
What is this magical threshold? What a weird, like... This is why tech stuff always bothers me, because it's always narrativized in this almost holy method of like, I understand that when we have the phrase technology that's too far advanced for a species to understand just looks like magic. I can't remember the exact phrasing of that, but there's a certain point in which we're feeding into that for no reason. And this is what you do when you refer to like a mathematic threshold of computing as a magical number. You're talking about your error rate, your accuracy rate of how well this technology works. Why don't refer to it like that? This is all for the people who like look at Elon Musk and think he's a super genius who's going to take you to Mars. That's what the kind of person who listens to that and thinks, oh yeah, this is like really, really cool. There's a magical threshold. Shut the fuck up.
And that's the big breakthrough, if you like. So I hesitate to say it's a breakthrough. I think it's probably more of a major milestone. And it's certainly very encouraging for anybody that's working on quantum computers, because it means that what we can do is we now know we can scale these things up. We can add more and more qubits to the chips without necessarily just incurring a consequentially larger number of errors. And that was really what tipped modern computing over into sort of the race we saw in the last 60 years, where every 18 months the power doubled. And that's what this holds out as a potential.
Okay. So on that point, though, this is pretty important claim to make, in that for a long time now, yes, we have been exponentially developing technologically. I mean, if you just look at 2000 to now, the amount of development we've had. I mean, there weren't any iPhones when I didn't have access to any like phone until I was towards the end of primary school, and that was still a flip phone. And flip phones were still like new and fashionable, you know? We were just moving from the brick Nokia, and within 5 years of that, we had iPhones. So yes, technology has been advancing pretty rapidly. And if this was, if this invention actually is able to be implemented, and we can use this in several different industries, we can apply this to different parts of society, this could be a massive leap, both for the species as a whole. Us socially and culturally, I still fear for, considering we didn't take the last technological leap pretty well in that regard. But I mean, energy production wise, this could be huge. Economically, I mean, all of these things are always meant for economic benefit anyway. Wait, Elon is not taking us to Mars. I already been to the traveling agent and booked the ticket. Well, I mean, maybe if you get there, you get to be, you know, a serf, but you might not even just get there. The entire, like, it just might be a grift. Why would Elon Musk want to go to Mars? There's nothing for him there. It's either send you there to be a slave or take your money and lie. There's no like actual attempt of rich people trying to go colonize Mars. If he really wanted to do something like that, they'd be aiming for the moon first, not Mars. I don't know. Anyway, so we get a decent understanding of what it is that this chip can do, what they're claiming that it does, and how useful it can actually be. So let's just see what you need to know about Willow and how it'll transform humanity in the 2030s. Well, we'll see about that. And I hope, at least, if we're going to transform humanity, that we do this well. I feel like we've transformed humanity a lot lately, and it hasn't been good any time.
With the random circuit sampling benchmark, the results are pretty surprising. By our best estimates, a calculation that takes Willow under 5 minutes would take the fastest supercomputer 10 to the 25 years. That's a 1 with 25 zeros following it, or a timescale way longer than the age of the universe. This result highlights the exponentially growing gap between classic.
Cool. All right. Thanks, Google. Mars has water on it, frozen poles. The moon doesn't. Mars is more likely. Mars also has water like deep under the surface, and we're finding that water is significantly more abundant in the universe than we thought it was. I mean, they're on gas giants. It's all over space and frozen rocks. If we're talking about going to Mars to terraform, I mean, literally, like, even with existing water on Mars, the moon is still easier on that regard. If we're talking about going to Mars to like build a colony and not terraform, that's still not all that like likely. The water on Mars is A, difficult to reach. B, the radiation on Mars is still like very high, that even in protected like suits and in fabricated complexes, you still wouldn't want to be there for particularly long, at least not with our current level of technology on that. Us going to Mars in the next 10, 20 years for, I don't know, like stepping foot on Mars for research purposes, I can see. Even building like a research base or something, sure. Anything more than that, not in my lifetime. Not in your lifetime at the very least, but almost certainly not in my lifetime. The moon is a much more achievable goal, and even just placing a colony, even if it's just a fabricated, like, I don't want to say building, more complex, where we could house maybe 1 to 200 people, scientists, etc., is significantly more doable even than just getting 7 people to Mars and then have them not die immediately when they get there. So currently cooking eggs. Good for you. Eggs are good. So number of years the universe existed, what 10 septillion looks like, solved the benchmark in 5 minutes. Like, this means nothing to me. So, Sentient Jew Slave, you can have a look at this, and you can tell me how likely any of this is to make a real difference in the world. But at the moment, all I see from this is just corporate hype over something that realistically could make a difference, but nothing to lose your mind over. Not anything that requires it. And
tonight, the
we've been losing our minds plenty, actually. So let's have a look at some of the actual reasons people are losing their minds.
Tonight, the investigation into reports of small car-sized drones hovering over New York and New Jersey is...
Okay. Now, first, we've covered this a bit over like the last couple weeks. They've been talking about this shit for 2 weeks now, ever since the hearing on UFOs in Congress. Now, obviously, these are drones, even they're referring to them as drones. This is the first reference to car-sized drones that I'm hearing, though. No one knows anyone, nobody in New Jersey that I've called and like reached out to has any idea what these are. The police are still trying to figure them out. Half of the internet thinks these are aliens. They're not. Whether or not it's like a sophisticated trolling operation, which would be incredibly funny or not, who knows? But this is weird now. It's getting to the point where it's gone from this is silly, why are we paying attention to it, to this is now strange and has been going on for 2 weeks. So
drones hovering over New York and New Jersey is deepening.
Oh, it's slowing down.
Tonight, authorities in Toms River, New Jersey, launching their own drone offensive for a closer look. Their eye in the sky, capturing one of the...
It'd be weird if they were Russian drones on the East Coast. That's the thing. Like, for them to be Russian drones, they'd have to have someone in the country operating these. These aren't being operated from overseas. And there's not really, like, they're not in areas that you would think that there's, I don't know, spy ops happening.
The drones in motion.
You're not targeting or going after them, so to speak. Is there a methodology and reason why?
Well, right now we just want to identify what it is. The way it was explained,
it's
they're
a
2 feet bigger
drone.
than...
You're the cops. You have big drones with guns on them. Why are you like being... This drives me insane. We don't want to go anywhere near them. We just want to spot them. Shut the fuck up. Go shoot one down and then go like look at the parts and we'll know exactly where it came from.
And our drones are 2 times the size, rather, so they're about 4 feet, and it looks like it's a fixed wing type craft. What concerns us mostly is that at this point nobody's seen any of these units taking off or landing.
This is a significant threat to U.S. national security.
Whether or not it's actually a national security threat, we'll let the general get into. But on the claim of no one's seen them taking off or landing, it's because most of them, they only ever really come out at night and they all fuck off before the sun comes out and then they're gone. So it's weird. We got them all over Britain and they've been called out as Russian. Look, believe me, I will not put it past the Russians' ability or like, really, I don't think that they wouldn't do it. I just don't really see it having a benefit for them in this case. Aside from maybe they just think it's funny. I don't I'm not as willing to just point to this one and say Russia.
General and NBC News military analyst Barry McCaffrey
much more
tells
so.
NBC News there's good reason why local and federal agencies are treading carefully.
When you see something of this capacity, you wonder why it would be needed. What are they doing? It implies a heavy payload, and a heavy payload would be either something dangerous, a bomb, but in this case, surveillance of some sort.
Look what's back again. Same spot as last night.
But like, what are you surveilling? Because these have just been flying over suburbs. Hey, Cheeseburger Merv. And I mean, true. That's the thing, is like, these aren't flying over military bases. I mean, to be fair, they'd be getting shot down if they were doing that. Or really even much, this is New Jersey. It's flying over Toms River, Central Jersey, like farm infrastructure, maybe. Beach towns, not much, you know, to spy on.
Meanwhile, more sightings of the large drones continue to proliferate social media. New Jersey resident Michael Marciano capturing these images on Saturday.
coming right above my house.
The FBI not commenting on the drone activity to NBC News, but setting up a tip line for people to report any sightings.
If you fly a drone over a military base, that drone gets shot down and then you get arrested. That tends to be how it works in America. You're not even really allowed to fly this. Like, there's a reason that you're not seeing many of the news reporters say like, oh, like it's flying in New York City, because again, it'll get shot down. Airspace laws do still like count for drones.
It's moving really fast now.
Growing concern as the mystery in the sky continues. George Solis, NBC News, Toms River, New Jersey.
I feel like if there was, like, even if it was near and it was an unidentified drone, we'd probably still shoot it down. At least I hope we would. As like, I don't know, I want my country to be a serious country in how it deals with the possibility of something like that. Shit, guys, we have so much to go through. We have like actual American news. We have Syria. We have Israel. We have Georgia. We have Romania. I don't even know where to start. It's okay. We'll probably save some of this for tomorrow. I think maybe for now. People in the USA have guns and rifles. Won't be long before someone takes a shot at one. Oh, people already take a shot at one. I think for now, let's just let's talk about Brian Thompson really quickly before we lose the relevancy here. So Brian Thompson was the CEO of United Healthcare. Obviously, this was the man that was shot and killed. We covered it a little bit in that the bullets that killed the man had deny, delay, and depose carved onto them, which was a direct reference to the health insurance industry's deny, delay, and decline method of not allowing you to have health care. And I mean, like, the whole country lost it, and everyone collectively agreed that this man did nothing wrong. And I mean, even really the right-wingers that came out and tried to be like, oh, well, look at the intolerant left talking about how it's good to murder people. We'll look at their comment sections in a little bit as well. But I mean, this really goes to show that there is no left or right divide in the sense that most Americans think there is. It's just up and down. Republicans and Democrats reacted quite favorably towards what this guy did, Luigi, because both Democrats and Republicans are being fucked over by the corporations. It's the rich that are the problem. They hate you. It's the rich that want you to suffer. This guy, Brian Thompson, is responsible for the deaths of millions of people, at least hundreds of thousands. Like, regardless of whether or not you kill somebody personally directly, like you pull out a gun and you point it and you shoot it at them, yes, that you're a murderer if you do this. If you, as a CEO of a health insurance company, deny people's claims for healthcare that their doctors say that they need, deny paying for people's ability to get medical help, and they die as a result of it, you're just as directly implicated and responsible as someone who pulled a gun and fired at this person. This guy is a murderer. He's a mass murderer. And so him getting, capped by Luigi in Luigi's mansion, or, some call it New York City, is not all that big of a deal for most people. Now, it is still illegal and you still shouldn't do it, but it shows a real amount of solidarity that we haven't really seen in America between the left and the right in a long time. Not much. So, just to start things off with some joy, this is the New York Police Department conducting a search, Luigi's Manhattan, in Central Park for our shooter. And I'm not going to play the sound, but I mean, this is pathetic. First of all, the fact that... Oh, God, sentient Jew slave. So first, why the fuck are you walking in groups of like 7 or 8 like this? This is not how you conduct a search for a suspect. This is not how you... Oh, yeah, check that one bush. That's where he's hiding, yeah. These guys... I'm trying to think of a way to talk about this that isn't just make fun of the police for no reason. So my initial thoughts while seeing this video, which by the way doesn't actually have sound, it's not that I have it turned off, which is good because all I can think of is like tuba music of dun dun dun dun dun dun dun dun dun dun dun, watching these guys walking through the park. What, like poking bushes with their fucking sticks? Like that guy has a stick, not even his baton out, just poking stuff. Hey, is there something over there? Nah. How about over there? You guys want to get a coffee? Let's stop by Dunkin'. Maybe the shooter's at Dunkin' Donuts. This is like New York cops at the most honest you'll ever see them depicted. Speaking as someone who grew up in New Jersey. I'm more picturing Mario sound effects. Yeah. Like, honestly, maybe you should have had Mario. Mario wouldn't have got caught. Luigi gets caught. This video looks like fake promotional stunt to send to the news. It might be. Emma Vigeland and Anna X Trauma right now. Oh, love that. I saw a bit of what was happening. I actually have a clip from Jenk and Anna responding to Emma Vigeland lined up, but I didn't realize they kept going. Can you give me a link? Grease Arpeggio? Because I do want to have a look at that. This is ridiculous, though, in the sense of, like, that's not how you look for a suspect. But also, it's not like they were going to get much help, because when the NYPD asked New Yorkers for their help in finding this shooter, what New York did instead was...
I'm not worried because I'm not a CEO, so yeah, I feel pretty safe. Like, if I was a CEO, I would be worried, to tell you the truth, but given that I'm
Thank you, Grease Arpeggio.
I'm just your average working class man. I don't really have much to do. There's like city bikes around here, right? Like I can just yeah, a little something like that. You know, that's a little tricky to do.
Well, I mean, it's a shooter look-alike contest, so, I mean, the point is to look like the shooter. The idea being the NYPD will have a more difficult time finding the shooter if there's a bunch of people dressed up like the shooter, distracting them. When cops do a manhunt, they're using detectives, not really ground cops, which makes me think it's fake. Well, I mean, they caught the guy. They caught him in Pennsylvania because of a snitch, but they were never going to catch him if he was in New York. Not like that. Maybe you might be right that it was like fake effort to show that they were trying to catch him. Or maybe they're just that incompetent. This is New York City we're talking about.
I haven't got paid yet, but that's okay. I told them I'd give half to Palestinian relief if I got anything. Now I'm worried they'll give me $2 and $1 will go to Palestinian relief. But I feel good. I mean, you know.
I love that this is how the country reacted. And to be fair, like, nobody was upset, not even the company. United Healthcare stock went up after the after Brian Thompson got shot and killed. His stock, like, his salary was keeping the stock price from going up. And so, you know, it went up when he died, and they realized, oh, we don't have to pay this guy anything. Speaking of people not getting paid, guess who's
but
also...
now we're going to turn to the profile emerging.
Please don't do that. Autoplan. Guess who's also not getting paid? The person who snitched. Snitches get shit. They get nothing. Nothing. This was a McDonald's worker too. Not even like someone sitting and eating their food. Or this was you have a service job. And you thought that it was a good idea to snitch on the guy who shot one of the bourgeoisie? I mean, not to say that you should do violence, you shouldn't, but And we're going to have a look at the TYT beef with Emma Vigeland in a second now. I was going to save that till later, but if it's happening now, it's relevant, so... Well, you'd snitch for $60K and then not get the $60K. So, here is our shooter.
Of the man charged overnight with murder.
Oh, by the way, he's another right-winger and an incel, and also, like, really, really liked Ayn Rand. So, not a good guy at all. And really more of an example of the leopards ate my face. It's just the leopards ate his face, and then he went and ate the leopard's face back.
In the fatal shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, the suspect, 26-year-old Luigi
I think that guy deserved it because he's responsible for the deaths of millions and at least hundreds of thousands of people. Marxism is theft user. It's not because he's part of the bourgeoisie, although we can argue that, but it's because he's responsible for a lot of people's deaths, like straight up dying from not being able to go and get healthcare. The shooter is also bourgeoisie, yes. That this is a case of right-wing brain rot and also personal grievance. It just happened to play out in a manner that everyone in the country pretty much liked and didn't really negatively impact anybody. Yeah, I'm not saying you should go and do that. Marxism is theft, except, however, social murder is not illegal. You're allowed, in fact, it's actually kind of your responsibility as the CEO of a company to kill potentially millions of people to increase your shareholder value. In America, being the CEO of a company means you're legally responsible to raise shareholder value. It's against the law in some cases for you to make a decision that makes either results in your company not making a profit or making a loss when you could have made a choice otherwise. That is, whether it's a criminal offense or not, it's definitely something that'll get you fired. Isn't this more rich kid versus rich kid? Well, not necessarily. This is like, Luigi is not poor, right? This guy is not one of us. He's not part of the working class. But his anger towards the healthcare system does come from a justified place. It comes from the same place either of us. There's rich, and then there's I can afford healthcare in the United States rich. And Luigi was rich. He wasn't the second kind of rich. Anyone making more than $20 million a year is evil because you can't make that amount of money per year without exploiting others. True. Honestly, if I would be okay with anyone who has currently $50 million in assets or more just being like executed by the state. I'd be okay with that. I am pretty speechless with the reaction. The reaction to everyone in the country being okay with this, because this guy deserved it. Brian Thompson was a mass murderer and deserved what he got. I'm not saying you should do it. You shouldn't. It's illegal. It's a crime. Don't go and do violence. But it's not exactly unethical to be happy when you see someone responsible for the amount of suffering that guy was die.
Mangione is an Ivy League graduate, a valedictorian at his all-boys prep school.
I'll be right back real quick.
According to charging documents, the officers who took Mangione into custody found a fake New Jersey driver's license and a 3D printed gun and silencer, similar to ones used in the December 4th shooting. There you see the pictures of both that apparently false driver's license and the weapon. Multiple law enforcement officials telling NBC News that a manifesto was found and it referenced the healthcare industry.
So we have the manifesto, and we'll have a look at this manifesto in a second. But to be clear, what he did, like what he's saying here, these parasites had it coming. I agree. Parasites do have it coming. Every single one of these healthcare CEOs specifically, especially health insurance company CEOs, are fucking demons. They're evil and they hate you. And I mean, look, it's not like this was a small like issue that was specifically about this company. It wasn't. The same day that Brian Thompson got shot, Blue Cross Blue Shield was about to put out their new policy that wouldn't cover anesthesia for your surgery if your surgery went on longer than it was scheduled. And well, guess what? They backtracked on that because it's horrible to do that. And well, one of their colleagues just got shot for being a piece of shit. So Thomas Edison was not a great inventor, nor was he an entrepreneur. He stole literally every invention that he is accredited with making. He is actually very much like Elon Musk in that neither of them invented anything themselves and just take credit for other people's work. Exhale. I don't think they deserve to die if they're willing to redistribute their wealth. Look, if they're responsible for hundreds of thousands of deaths, I don't care if they're willing to redistribute their wealth. Maybe, I'm not saying that we should kill them, but they should definitely be held accountable for it. They should definitely be put in prison for, I don't know, the rest of their life at a bare minimum on top of their wealth being redistributed. I think this is rich kid that can't handle how expensive his parents made his life by default. I mean, true, this is the case for a lot of young conservatives. So, this is like, again, this guy was not a leftist. This guy was a right-winger. This guy is a libertarian. And like modern libertarian. Oh, I'm talking about just people with 50 million assets. Oh yeah, no, those guys are fine. Yeah, if they'll redistribute and, drop down to 49 million, then they don't think they should. And to be fair, I was making like a joke. I was being a bit hyperbolic when I said that, but also, How did I find out his ideology? Well, we're reading about it, and also he has a manifesto, and we're going to read it after we're done listening to the talking heads on the news. And yeah, like the bro is rich, but he's not, I can afford healthcare in America without like issues rich. Cheeseburger Merv. I don't think you understand. Having 2 country clubs in your family, like owned in your family, is still not enough money. It's just not enough. Edison didn't invent the light bulb. Stop lying.
These parasites had it coming. His arrest comes after a 5-day
No, it's rich. It's just not rich enough.
State manhunt that ended when the suspect was spotted at a McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania.
A guy came in the door, and I didn't really look at him. I thought everyone was kidding around. Well, the one guy said, "That looks like the shooter from New York."
Joining us now, NBC News national law enforcement and intelligence correspondent Tom Winter, Jim Cavanaugh, former ATF special agent in charge, and Frank Figluzzi, former assistant director of counterintelligence at the FBI. So, Tom, what's the very latest on this? Authorities have already made a stream of evidence public. What are we learning so far today?
Right. So there's some information, Jose, that is public, and there's some information that is not public. As far as the public information, we're getting new images today from the Pennsylvania State Police that show this individual who's been taken into custody, Luigi Mangiano.
Turning Worlds, when you're talking about ideology in a person who is like going out there and committing acts of violence or even really direct action necessarily could also fall into this category. I mean, to be fair, this is direct action, just not like the kind that I advocate for. It's a method of your internal ideology based on what you believe from what you see in the media, what you believe about politics in your country. And then there's the conflation of that as this person is a right-winger, as in their beliefs align with that of the right. The beliefs that are shown in his manifesto and the values that he's displaying in the actions that he took. There is a difference in that one is ideology and belief systems that are politically relevant to your culture, your society, the discourse of the country. And then there is the second degree of political ideology and beliefs that are personal, that are directly related to your life. Many people, for example, that voted for Donald Trump also think that rich people have too much power and money and that the elites are out to fuck you. Now, these two beliefs, they don't work together because obviously Donald Trump is one of the elites, he is also a billionaire, but people can look past that and continue on with the ideology as it's already laid out. When you're talking about someone acting in person based off of belief they have, this is usually a different form of ideology. It's not just what they've heard and what they think and what they hear. There's more of innate feeling and a direct correlation to your personal life involved in that. So oftentimes these two actions may not, Like the words of somebody and their actions, especially when we're talking about someone who does vigilante like violence, justice in this case, but vigilante violence, they don't necessarily need to line up for it to turn out in a fashion that these two thought processes are both existing simultaneously, even though they conflict with each other. In fact, this is actually a vast majority of Americans in what they believe. Regardless of left or right, a lot of Americans have both personal ideas and political ideas that conflict with one another. I still disagree, Lennon, and you'll never get me to agree on that one. Okay, I'm not arguing with you on whether Edison invented the light bulb. He did not. Go, like, look up anything on the subject other than whatever the first link of Google's telling you. Go read on it. Go look at the discourse. I'm not going to tell you, you know, you're 100% wrong. I'm saying go do some more research. And I don't want to hear another word of it because we're on a different subject and you're distracting. I'd not believe someone can grow up rich, go to an Ivy League school, graduate as a valedictorian, and have anarcho-primitivism ideas. Well, they absolutely can. That's the thing, is turning worlds. That is a pretty common like outcome these days. And also, yes, the Unabomber does actually talk about how both sides are bad, and the Unabomber's manifesto is just it's kind of like reading Lenin, in that there's some good stuff here, and then there's some stuff that I vehemently disagree with, and then there's some stuff that I think is just stupid, at least to me, from my perspective on that. I mean, I had to look at it. You told me to read it. I just didn't read the whole thing because it was boring. You think his eyes are enchanting?
I know. And
I thought it was his smile in the photo that like everyone was posting on social media. His eyes have not stuck out to me. Well, yeah, this pic is gross. The one that was circulating everywhere, though, was his smile, not his eyes.
This person in the images that they're putting out today, I think, is a big effort to try and track his most recent travels. And that's one of the reasons by the Pennsylvania State Police. You're looking here at a photo that was taken and provided by the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections, an effort to find out where he's been over the past several days, appearing to crisscross the state of Pennsylvania, at least perhaps on one occasion. As far as information...
He looks different in like every photo I see of him, too. He looks like, have you seen this man? It's every man.
That is not being made public, but the reporting on myself and colleague Jonathan Dienst, we have had 3 law enforcement officials describe to us these writings that have been included.
And who's to say that the left can't ever give credit to the right? This guy is a national hero.
Apparently, or on his person at the time he was taken into custody. And I'll read you 2 specific quotes. To the fifth.
Well, yeah, the Unabomber was not a good person, Greg. He also, yeah, absolutely killed multiple innocent people. And his manifesto has, like, again, some points that are like, huh, that makes sense. A lot of it, though, is incoherent nonsense. And libertarians and conservatives are so very, very little distinction in between the two when you're talking to me, a libertarian socialist. But all of the anti-capitalist or really anti-bourgeois takes that the Unabomber has is really just libertarian takes. It's not even anti-capitalist. Like, everyone talks about the Unabomber in that this guy was like a genius and he foresaw a lot of like the hardships that are coming in the future, except it was really fucking easy to see any of these things. He was just, as is often the case, a smart guy who also went insane. Wasn't that guy a Nazi? I don't know. Who knows? He went insane. Smart people often go insane. Smart people who get ignored regularly, more likely to go insane. And the Unabomber was a guy who was kind of smart and then went insane. Do I think which one was an anti-capitalist killing? No, I don't think any of what we're talking about is an capitalist killing. Well, good. Greg 17 Prime. Libertarian socialism is something that you should learn about. I don't necessarily agree with everything that is defined under that. I am closer to anarchism, turning worlds than I am to socialism as well. One of the things that I primarily disagree with about libertarian socialism is the anti-electoralism and the anti, like, education stuff that's kind of left over from old school Marx that hasn't really adjusted to modern day. But it is an interesting ideology, and I'm still meaning to start going through the list of ideologies. Anarchy is number 1 on the goddamn list. If we can ever get to it, the news just doesn't stop.
I'll keep this short because I do
well, actually, I'll keep it shorter because I don't care enough to listen to you much further. So before we read the manifesto, let me just talk about some of the backlash that people have received in defending this the CEO. Well, Marx is anti-education in the sense of in his context, in his time period, because education in that context and time period was much more like centralized with one specific purpose, whereas that purpose still exists in education today, but it's not the only purpose in the education system today. There's more benefit than there are downsides, whereas back in Marx's day, there wasn't much benefit from education aside from to the bourgeoisie. So, since the CEO's murder, individuals from the upper class like Ben Shapiro, Elon Musk have attempted to shame people for their reactions. Even Cuomo joined in. We're witnessing a collective response across all backgrounds because many understand how harsh our healthcare system is, but we've been desensitized to it. This assassination served as a wake-up call, a jolt back to reality. The debate is now prominent again. In fact, this is very true. I've seen a lot more talk about single-payer healthcare since Bernie's day. I'm seeing right-wingers talking about it. Ben Shapiro tried blaming the left and got absolutely lit on fire in his comments section. So did Matt Walsh, I'm pretty sure. It's just, you can see by the response of who's tried to defend the CEO, all of them have been vastly ratioed in whether or not people agree with them or not. It's not the old days. They used to just say, hey, look, the left is advocating for violence, and it wouldn't matter who they were pointing to because the right just would rally around each other against the left. But when you talk about something like healthcare, a thing that affects everybody in the country and disproportionately impacts Republicans more negatively than Democrats, as Republicans are often lower income households, you're not going to get that same response. Now, this is allegedly the manifesto. The Substack account and article appears to have been created 2 hours after the arrest of the shooter. Who knows? We'll see. We can read it. We can have a look. I've seen this be circulated enough times that I'm not necessarily going to just throw it in the bin and say this is useless. Whether or not it's actually his or fake, I mean, this is the internet these days, and we're gonna have to use our noggins and do some critical thinking and see if it even matters. And yeah, I don't agree with the dictatorship of the proletariat either. Turning worlds. That's where me and Comrade Lenin tend to come to our main disagreement here, and we'll talk about that in more detail. It's the ideas that Marx put forward. I'm just going to say this one more time before we actually move on to the main subject at hand, which is Brian Thompson's death. What Marx wrote down was great for the context of when he wrote it down. You can't take capital or really any ideas of economic, social, philosophical systems from the 1800s and then directly apply them to today and think that everything will work out just fine. You need to analyze this information, take bits and pieces of it, understand what's useful, what's not, what has changed over time, and what's made this not useful anymore, and accommodate to the changing of the world, society, systems, structures of governance, all of that. You can't one-to-one these things. Now, the Second Amendment means I am my own chief executive and commander-in-chief of my own military. This is brain rot, just right off the bat. First of all, you guys realize the Second Amendment only says that you have the right to bear arms if you are part of a well-regulated militia, right? Not just like everyone is allowed to have unlimited guns. It doesn't say that, but we just pretend it does. Holy shit, guys. You guys are so off topic. I authorize my own act of self-defense in a response to a hostile entity making war on me and my family. Unfortunately, you don't get, the right to do that, although liberty says that you should. Nelson Mandela says no form of violence can be excused. Camus says that it's all the same whether you live or die or have a cup of coffee. MLK says violence never brings permanent peace. Gandhi says non-violence is the mightiest power available to mankind. That's who they tell you are heroes. That's who our revolutionaries are. Yet, is that not capitalistic? Non-violence keeps the system working at full speed ahead. So wait, does this guy have like anti-capitalist beliefs as well? You're taking away my rights. Don't tell them. Well, sorry, you didn't have them to begin with. It's not my fault. I'm not taking them away. That you all just like gaslit yourselves into thinking that you could have unlimited guns and ammo. So what did it get us? Look in the mirror. They want us to be non-violent so they can grow fat off the blood they take from us. The only way to get out of it is through. Not all of us will make it. Okay, realistically, I'm not going to read this whole thing because I know what this guy's belief system is. I know what his ideas are. His ideas are essentially the same of a lot of people both on the left and the right that want violent revolution. This is the same type of like ideology. This is like Leninism, but maybe like less of a focus on capital. So this was the guy walking around with a paper manifesto in case he was shot. No, they found this manifesto. He didn't have it on him. And the guy who got shot was the CEO, not the guy who wrote the manifesto. Brian Thompson is the guy who got shot. He was the CEO of United Healthcare. This manifesto is written by Luigi, I can't say his last name because I can't see it. Hold on. It's Luigi Mangione. And this was written by the guy who shot Brian Thompson. A society run by workers for workers in the interest of workers, for people by the people, with the exclusion to the bourgeoisie. I mean, I'm in favor of that. I'm just not in favor of violent revolution to get there. I don't think that it is useful, and I don't think that it ends well. I don't think we'll get the outcomes we want in a context of us violently trying to enforce socialism. Anyway, I know definitionally, and we've talked about this a bit before at the time, like Lenin, in that words mean things to some people and they mean things definitionally, but clearly the defined meanings of words matter less so than they used to. I mean, kind of had contention last stream on the subject on whether or not China and like Russia were ever communist countries, to which I say no, because they don't fit the definition of communism, but most people say yes. Does that mean they were based on collective reality versus definitionally not fitting into the required systems that would make these countries communist? I mean, Marx was like not a babe, right? Marx was stinky. I disagree with the means to get there in the end, but we're in agreement. Yes, exactly. That's it. Like, I agree with you on pretty much everything, Comrade Lenin, so far, at least what we've discussed. The only thing I disagree with is the means to achieve it. Anyway, jumping over to this TYT Emma Vigeland discourse. So this is what I first saw. This was the very beginning of the drama. So TYT did this segment. This was Emma's reply. So let's just listen to what they have to say. And this is about, as I've talked about before, they've been bought by the Poly Market, which is owned by Peter Thiel, which is one of the crypto grifters, but also the guy who owns the VP, JD Vance. And this is them responding to that.
All back in the studio here, Parley Market Studios in LA.
Thoughts and prayers.
Look, the last thing is about Peter Thiel. So apparently he put money into Polymarket, right? So that people are holding that against us. Now, I didn't know that when we did the deal, but doesn't matter.
Really? You didn't know that when you did the deal? Like, just straight off the bat, Cenk? Come on. Like, you run a news organization. You've been at this for a while. You're going to make a deal for advertising revenue, but you're not going to look into the company, how it's funded, where, you know, the money for it came from, how long it's been about, who are the people involved. Don't lie, Cenk. I'm good, certified garbage. Happy to be back.
All back in the studio here, Parley Market Studios in LA.
Thoughts and prayers.
Look, the last thing is about Peter Thiel. So apparently he put money into Polymarket, right? So that people are holding that against
so
us. Now, I didn't know
dishonest.
that when we did the deal, but doesn't matter. I'm going to say something revolutionary. No, it doesn't matter. Why? Okay, Peter Thiel also financed PayPal. Did anybody?
I missed you guys too. Look, yes, it matters. It actually really fucking matters. Yes, Peter Thiel also had money in PayPal. Guess what? PayPal's also really fucking like sus right now and pretty bad. Regardless of whether or not the Polymarket directly like affects the things that TYT says, which of course they do. Have you looked at the things that they say, like at least in the last 3 months leading up to the election? Their credibility should have plummeted well before now, Greg17. The thing is, not only is this a dishonest framing of how we got here, in that you're telling me that Cenk Uygur didn't like do any research into who funds the company that they're making an ad deal with? Bullshit. Secondly, in that it doesn't matter if this company is evil or not and you're taking their money, even if it makes no difference on your journalistic integrity, whether it makes no difference on your ability to talk about like the important issues, talk about the truth, whether you're even allowed to talk shit about the Polymarket in this case as someone taking ad money from the Polymarket. None of that matters, in that you just shouldn't be taking money from evil people and evil corporations. Like, that in and of itself is the issue here, not what that leads to. The stream is slowly devolving into chaos. It always does. Can you guys like maybe argue on Discord if you're debating like Marxism again? Why do you guys always have to debate topics that are not relevant? And by you guys, I really mainly just mean Marxism is theft. Hello, Obi-Juan. Obi-Juan 13. Obi-Juan, I just clicked there. Are you still going to moderate the Dean Withers versus like Myron? No one's ever asked me to moderate a debate. Greasy Arpeggio. I mean, I'd happily do it, but I have not been invited.
Why? Okay, Peter Thiel also financed PayPal. Did anybody ever use PayPal? If you did, guilty. Okay, hold on. Okay, Peter Thiel also financed Facebook. Did anybody ever use Facebook? I know Emma did, because she used to.
It was her job to post for you on Facebook. Again, using these services is not unethical. Advertising these services is. That's the difference. You should moderate a debate between me and well, I'm supposed to debate Cruzier myself next month, like somewhere or after New Year's. So I don't know. For now, I've told Cruzier to maybe just kind of chill out with the debating, you guys, because it's been causing a lot of contention in the Discord, and I'd like to avoid y'all all like arguing with each other down each other's throats. I want to create a community that's willing to, like, I don't know, talk to each other in good faith and have fun as well as argue and disagree. Like, you can do both. I just, once we get too far to one side, I kind of need to steer the ship a bit to the middle. Anyway, this is bullshit.
To make videos for us on Facebook. Emma, I can't believe you work with Peter Thiel.
Yeah, when her comment in response to this, posting on Facebook, which the company that employed me required me to do, is not the same as that media company selling its naming rights to a crypto betting site. That's just becoming corporate media. Did you notice at the very beginning of this video when Cenk said Polymarket Studios?
All right, welcome to the Young Turks. Cenk Ugran and Kasparian, all back in the studio here, Polymarket Studios in LA.
She's exactly right. His framing of, oh, well, you posted on Facebook, so you're just as bad. Just in the Discord, there's a debate, like, room, contentious discussion, debate land, either or.
Emma, I can't believe you work with Peter Thiel, and Peter Thiel funded organization Facebook. Hey, give me all that money back from all of your videos on Facebook, because Peter Thiel financed Facebook. You gonna do that? No, you're not gonna do that.
Hey, Cenk, you gonna give me back all of those subs that I gave you? Because, you know, I donated to the Young Turks because I believed in independent media. I didn't believe in paying money towards someone who will sell out crypto grifters, become worse, honestly, than some of the existing mainstream media, the corporate media, being not only part of the corporate media, but the new corporate media, the oligarch-owned corporate media. You're gonna give me your money back for that? Come on. This is a stupid argument to have from their end. The criticism of them taking Polymarket money is genuinely like 100% valid. Throwing this onto Emma Vigeland for doing her job is fucked up. How much money does TYT bring in annually? Probably not a lot. I can look it up. Don't know if we can actually find out, but they're definitely struggling to keep the lights on. TYT's revenue is $620,000. Their peak revenue is $620,000 in 2023. They have 50 employees, and the revenue per employee ratio is $12,400. What is it with you and cannibalism, mate? I don't understand. But this is continued on into geez, okay, hold on. So let's get into it. How much of TYT's membership dues have gone towards returning this guy's investment instead of to TYT employees who have better politics than their main hosts? Ooh, that's an interesting article. Love that. Yeah, no, I could see how this would start an argument. Definitely going to read that in a minute. But yet another sign of her pathetic dishonesty. Emma was employed by TYT when the company announced recognition of the union. These cheap shots... Oh, sorry, I didn't read this bit. Probably also went into hiring a union-busting law firm. Sounds like a joke, by the way, but regardless of whether or not that was a joke... These cheap shots to make herself look like a class warrior crack me up, especially when she advocates that we all shut up and take when someone assaults us on public transportation. Okay. I swear to God, Anna Kasparian is going to give me a fucking aneurysm. Cenk ran for president this time around and probably would have made a better candidate than Kamala Harris, if I'm being honest, but that's a whole other thing. 12K... that's 1970s wages. I don't know if that's how much their wages are. That's just said their revenue. So who knows? Might be just 12K per employee revenue generated. So this right here is Anna Kasparian saying that basically Emma Vigeland told her to shut up and suck it up when she came out with her, you know, saying, I'm leaving the left because a homeless person sexually assaulted me, and we all called her stupid for that because, you know, obviously getting sexually assaulted is bad, and this is a problem, but grifting to the right as your, I don't know, solution to this is not necessarily, like, rational, first. Secondly, does nothing to solve the problem, considering it's policies from the right that are creating that problem and having it get further and further along with devolving into something worse, but that's a whole other thing. But then taking that and then saying that somehow this is anti, like, class consciousness, and that it is somehow in related, like these things are not related in any way. There's a reason why I'm struggling to put the words together to explain this to you, because her like tweet here is incoherent. None of these things have anything to do with each other. The like union and employment culture of TYT has nothing to do with homeless people sexually assaulting you on a like bus or something. And then that also has nothing to do with these two people talking about the first thing. They're talking about labor in this industry. They're talking about advertising money, of ethics in the industry, within how you conduct yourself as a newscaster, as a political commentator, as a influencer, a public figure. But in response, instead of anything that even remotely ties into any of the related topics, it's, oh, well, really, you're actually bourgeois because you said that I should stop complaining and grifting to the right when I got sexually assaulted by a homeless person. I was assaulted by a homeless person. I was also on the street. I don't sit there and blame homeless people or poor people. The fuck? That's because you have like 4 functioning brain cells at minimum, iodine and borderline. And clearly Anna Kasparian does not anymore. Or maybe she never did. I don't know. Like, again, it makes me so sad. These are the people that got me into this. Anna Kasparian is the reason you're sitting here listening to me. So, unclear what this means. I'm a member of a union. If that's a shot at my upbringing, I'll let my work speak for itself. The TYT NLRB complaint is public. I've tried to keep our differences professional. I love you as a friend at one point. I'm sorry that you've gone down this road. No, you didn't try and keep shit professional. You've been mocking me, especially running like your mouth for a year. This is the same thing that Anna did with Vosh as well. The first time, like, Anna Kasparian made a post about like, don't call me a birthing person. And Twitter was like, the fuck, Anna? Like, it's kind of transphobic. And it, like, if you're a Vosh viewer, you'll know that he reached out to her in DM saying, hey, like, what's going on? You want to talk? And she hadn't answered. And then when he made a post about it, then it was her like out there claiming like, no, you've been mocking me publicly. You're being unprofessional, all this. Like, it's just, well, yes, it's people blaming their problems on the poor, 1, but 2, it's also just a dishonest framing of your argument. And she is traumatized, yeah, except who the fuck isn't these days? Can any of you tell me that none of you have trauma? I have trauma. I am willing to bet money that I don't have, that I have more trauma than Anna Kasparian does. You don't see me grifting to the right. That's the thing, right? Trauma isn't an excuse to be an idiot. It's just not. It's an explanation in why someone might behave this way, but it's not an excuse to behave that way. You are still responsible in controlling your actions and your behavior, even if they're trauma responses. If you come back from the wars with PTSD and, I don't know, someone pops a balloon behind you and you turn around and punch a 4-year-old in the mouth and kill the kid by accident, you're still going to jail. It's not an excuse. Not legally, not socially, not culturally. Like, none of this is an excuse. This is just lies. This is just an attempt of framing the argument in a way that protects you for being a lying grifter and tries to put some of the blame on somebody else. This right here is essentially the same thing as when Republicans who get like, this is like Pete Hegseth responding to claims of sexual like assault allegations in Fox News by saying, oh no, they're from a disgruntled former employee. This is what this is. This is Jenks saying, okay, Emma Vigeland is a disgruntled former employee and doesn't know what she's talking about. It's they may not, you don't know what they're going through. They might not be responsible. Look, I don't know what anyone's going through, and you're right. But there's enough evidence now, and enough has happened. We've had to talk about this enough times that I'm willing to go out on a limb and say either retardation, grift, or lie. It's kind of the same with everybody in any case anyway, but I mean, look, they're either lying because they need the money to keep the lights on, they're lying because they've shifted ideologically and they've lost their mind, gas leak theory, etc., or like there's like internal dispute. I don't know. I don't give these people the benefit of the doubt anymore. This is like the 5th or 6th time Anna Kasparian has trended on Twitter for saying some dumb shit. And like Cenk, I respect Cenk. I do. I would have voted for him over Biden. I would have voted for him if he didn't, you know, before the point where he was like, maybe I'll actually work with RFK. Before then, I would have voted for him. It's sad to see. And it was always sad to see when they took the Polymarket money. I mean, like we talked about it I mean, they're taking money from the Polymarket. They are not even sneaky grifting, Lennon. They're just grifting. Just open grifting. I can understand as a business, even as a live streamer, needing to take ad revenue, needing to do an ad. Go do a ground news ad. Why the fuck are you doing one for Polymarket? Like the worst possible thing you could pick. I mean, people have trauma responses where they literally can't remember like things depending on a state. Yes, but this is not that. That's what I mean. This is not that, sentient you slave. Anna Kasparian is not in that state. And she is responsible for her words, her rhetoric, her actions. And Cenk is responsible for the decisions that he's made for the company. Hey, Popshevsky. Cenk should talk to Pac-Man. Me showing my age. I'm assuming that you don't. Oh, sorry, David Pacman. Yeah, there we go. Maybe. Hassan versus Cenk debate. Don't they do that like regularly? Hassan debated Cenk on like Thanksgiving, didn't he? It was like a 3-hour video that I saw. I never watched it, but I mean, we could have a look at the issue is with TYT for me. This is I would rather watch Donald Trump speak than modern day TYT, because at the very least, I never had respect for Donald Trump. And so like every time I have to roll my eyes and just, it doesn't feel as bad. Whereas it feels a lot worse when these are people that I used to respect. Cenk literally just yelled at Hassan for 3 hours that he's too woke. I mean, that's kind of what Cenk does these days in general. So that probably is the most accurate explanation that anyone could give me on that 3-hour debate. Yeah, Trump is funny at the very least. Cenk isn't. The funniest thing I've seen Cenk do is pull up when he was on Piers Morgan debating, not debating, but talking with what was the guy with his fucking keys, the magic keys? Lichtman, yes. That was the funniest thing I've ever seen Cenk do, is pull out like his car keys and start jingling them on stream. That was funny. But yeah, no, you're right. I found that influencers chaff at their bridle over time. Sometimes they get edgy and unpredictable. Like, yes, but there's lines, you know? There is not only lines in how unpredictable and edgy you're going to be willing to get as an like content creator, but also how willing your audience is to deal with it. And not only have they gone too far in one end, they've gone too far in both. I don't have enough knowledge on Mikhail Bakunin to give you a opinion on that. The funniest part of that interview was when Lichtman accused Cenk of blasphemy. Yes, that was fucking funny. Like, are you kidding me? What are you, Jesus? Blasphemy? I forgot about that. God damn. Lichtman? Almost certainly. Almost certainly has a god complex. Oh my god, there's so much to get through. I don't even know where to go next. There's like there's things that are fun that I want to talk about, and there's things that are important that we have to talk about, and I'm trying to like toe the line and make the decision. Let's pick fun. You guys want to see what it looks like, or rather, you guys want to see men that will never, ever feel the touch of a woman? 16 mistakes you should never make when it comes to women and the dating market. Number 1, never eat pussy. Eating pussy not only makes you look weak, it also means you're ceding your power to her as a man. And, like, how many people actually believe this kind of shit? Yeah, like Forever Alone, absolutely. But that's the real question I have here is, obviously the person writing this is a loser and an incel and will never, ever, ever, ever feel like the touch of a human, let alone like in a sexual manner, but in just like even as a, here, like I'll put my hand on your shoulder as a friend. I would not even want to touch this person. I wouldn't want to be anywhere near this person. Basically, no femdom. Exactly. Like, what kind of shit is that? That's the best. But like, how many of these people actually exist? Tell me how many, like, men or women in between, neither, both, don't eat pussy? Cause like, is that a real thing? How many people get head and then don't reciprocate that to their partner? I'll never, like, I know that in general, like, straight relationships, which I don't have much experience in, it's more common, but they can't be that common, right? The red pill is devolved into thinking marriage is gay and being forced to defend pedophilia because literally we covered them talking, like last stream, we covered this MAGA hat wearing idiot talking about how it's gay to have sex with your wife unless it's for procreation. And pedocon theory has been true for a long time. And incels are boring as fuck. They're also just like sad. They're no fun ever, and they're all miserable. But they're all miserable on purpose. You know what? You know what's even worse than this? Is that Nancy Mace is having more fun than these fucking people. Sorry, hold on. Don't want to get copyright for the music, but Nancy Mace has more fun than these people. That's Nancy fucking Mace taking a shot and then pouring it in, like kissing it into someone else's mouth, going around a table. Like, there's the demonic ghouls in the Republican Party, in government, that are having more fun than these sad, like, oh my God, Jesus Christ, did you just, like, vomit too? According to the National Survey on Sexual Health and Behavior, roughly 30 to 45% of men say they don't do it at all or often. Jesus Christ. Boys, eat pussy. Please, do it. Not even for, like, if for nothing else, do it for your own benefit. It's... You think you're gonna have good sex if you can't turn your woman on? Eat pussy. Ask them if you're doing it wrong. Learn how to do it better. I promise you, you're gonna have more fun. And also, generally, you'll have a happier life if the people around you, including your sexual partners, are happy. It's weird, actually. It's almost to say, you can spread happiness by putting in bare minimum amounts of effort to even just at least reciprocate shit. Someone should help them. Incel suicide rates must be scary. Well, I mean, they need help. They really do need help, and that's the thing. I swear there is Republicans, the MAGA follower. Okay. That's a good point, Turning Worlds. There's too many cults when we talk about the right to really just talk about them broadly. All Republicans at this point are in a cult. Whether they're deep in the cult or like shallow end of the cult, doesn't matter, but they're all in the cult. But there's also various cults. There's the Christian nationalists, there's the Nazis, there's the bourgeoisie, there's the Elon cult, there's the crypto cult, there's like the anti-trans cult, there's the libs of TikTok cult. And all of these do often overlap. So I just tend to refer to all of them as the right broadly. Congressional corruption, not to mention the lefties, like both men and women, okay, Jaguar Cat, I'm not sure where you're going with here. So this being congressional corruption to you, I mean, this is probably the most benign thing to come out of Congress in a while. Secondly, like, it's not about lefties. There are bisexual, like, right-wingers, and I don't know. I'm not even going to. Some guys just aren't good at it, so they blame women. Yeah, that's pussy shit. Skill issue. Ask your woman, and they'll teach you how to do better. Literally. Just say, like, tell me what I'm doing wrong. Tell me how to make it better, and then do it. No, it's not the other Congress guy went with... Oh, sorry, Matt Gaetz. Yeah, Matt Gaetz. I mean, to be fair, he's not in Congress anymore, and he doesn't get to be AG, so good for that. But, like, the vast majority of elected officials in the Republican Party are probably sleeping with underage children at the very least. I wouldn't even say girls. A lot of these people, like, we know that Donald Trump has raped both young girls and boys, for example. Nancy Mace is the bitch who looks like she wants to steal my testicles and cook them? Well, I guess. Yeah, well, she's the one that's, like, losing her shit at the new trans one in Congress, so. They're having more fun in Congress than these incels are. Yeah, Donald has, so did Bill. That's the thing. They are both implicated in the same, like, Epstein shit, Jaguar. They're both, like, just as bad. There's a reason Democrats wouldn't hit Trump hard on Epstein stuff during the campaign, is because then they would also have to admit that Bill Clinton was also an Epstein friend and also a pedophile. But the vast majority of Republicans are pedophiles, and I've covered Jeffrey Epstein talking about how he was Donald Trump's best friend on this channel before, like audio tapes from Epstein. So, Trump is bi. Can you guys, like, not tell that Donald Trump is bi? He was, like, filleting the microphone stand at a rally at the end of his campaign. He was talking about how much he, like, admired Arnold Palmer's cock. I used to be a Republican, and I'm sad to see what the parties... Well, to be fair, Republicans and Democrat, party-wise, are both dog shit. The Libertarian Party was never, like, anything more than dog shit. Federally, like, none of these people work for you. They're bought out by the bourgeoisie. They hate you. Republicans just hate you more. Democrats still hate you, though. That's the thing. They want the same things. The Republicans just do it faster. Libertarians have, like, no brain cells. The Green Party also doesn't mean anything. The only, like, actual party even worth mentioning at this point in the US is not even relevant on a federal level. It's only relevant in state level politics, and that's the DSA. Busy, this Luigi guy's a heroic ideologue. Well, I mean, he's definitely heroic, but yeah. Hold on, there is video of Trump saying, of Trump paying the legal fees of Bill Clinton. Yeah, okay. I'm not saying Bill Clinton didn't do that. Like, yeah, and so is Elon. Okay, you need to understand, Elon Musk and Donald Trump both have just as many photos with Diddy as, like, every other celebrity that they point to, but also, just because, like, Bill Clinton did the thing doesn't mean Trump didn't. They were both there. There's, like, evidence of both of them on Epstein's island with Epstein. There's photos of them. There's travel logs on Epstein's plane for Donald Trump. And there's audio recordings of Jeffrey Epstein talking about how much he loved Donald Trump and how, like, they would do shit together. So, yeah, Trump is a sexual sadist according to psychological experts. I mean, he's beaten his wives and raped, like, all of them in the past. So this makes sense. Musk does not want the Epstein list released because he's on the list. He doesn't want the list released. And Donald Trump has said he wouldn't release the list. Like, I'm sorry, like, I'm telling you right now, you're misinformed. Trump likes women, kids, boys, and men. I'm not gonna, like, wait and see what. There's already existing evidence on the subject. It's like, I've shown evidence on the subject. You're telling me that you don't even think that he likes men? He was talking about cock. Yeah, he doesn't discriminate on this. This is why I am an anarchist. All right. Oh, speaking of, hold on. While we were talking about just psychosis. All right. Jaguar, I need you to stop. All of the elites are horrible. Jay-Z and Beyonce should go to court, except Donald Trump has already been found liable for sexual assault in court and has also been, like, charged a couple other times. And also, the only reason the trial with him and Epstein together raping the 12-year-old didn't go through is because the 12-year-old backed out after she was threatened as, like, a witness. You're trying to tell me that, like, there's a difference between the left and the right elites-wise, and there isn't. They're just as bad. Bill Clinton and Donald Trump are both as bad as each other. I got banned for saying you should slur the right in self-defense if it helps you manage to A, get rid of some troll attention from you, or B, propagandize. That's what I got banned for. Also, isn't Jay-Z mid? True. Now, guys, if anyone hasn't looked at the screen, they're torturing trans folk in Florida right now. Like, this shit is unconstitutional. Earlier this fall, Florida officials ordered transgender women in states' prisons to submit to breast exams as part of a new policy for people with gender dysphoria. Prison medical staff ranked the women's breast size using a scale designed for adolescents. Those whose breasts were deemed big enough were allowed to keep their bras. Everyone else had to surrender theirs, along with anything else considered female, such as women's underwear or toiletry items. The new policy was announced in meetings in several prisons across the state at the end of September. Transgender women who attended the meetings said that they were told by officials that everyone identifying as trans would be reevaluated to assess whether they can have continued access to care and the accommodations that they had been receiving, such as permission to grow their hair long. Officials have not told the women whether and under what circumstances they will be allowed to stay on hormones if they've been receiving any. Well, I mean, to be fair, these are trans people in prison, so it's not like they get to leave. Greg 17. They're already in prison. But also, people can't afford to leave a lot of the times. That's the thing. All right. Sorry, I know you were, like, talking with Jaguar Lennon, but like, this is off topic, and I'm gonna start being a bit more harsh with y'all, like, in just going way off topic. Can't do it. I can't pay attention to what I need to pay attention to otherwise. Now, first of all, like, the growing their hair out shit is, like, all of this is unconstitutional. Since then, more than a dozen trans people said corrections officers ordered them to cut their... Actually, I was going to say transgender people, but this is all trans women, considering the right doesn't think about trans men. They just forget about this. Ordered them to cut their hair. Mariko Sundwal told the Marshall Project that she was given a disciplinary infraction and spent 10 days in solitary for refusing to cut her hair. 10 days in solitary? That's literally, like... First of all, solitary confinement is cruel and inhumane and should be illegal, and technically is under the Constitution. It's just, we just pretend it's not. But 10 days in solitary for not, like, wanting to let them cut your hair? Marxism is theft. We know literally everything we need to know about trans people. It's not, like... It's not what you think it is. It's not like ADHD. ADHD is hereditary. Gender isn't real. Gender is a social construct. It's not a, like, measurable physical thing. I've had to, like, explain this a billion times, but sex and gender are different. There is no measurable physical, like, way to measure gender. And yes, this does make me really fucking furious. Like, this is unconstitutional, illegal, and is just genuinely torture. Like, that's the thing. Like, this may not sound like torture for some people who may not have the experience with trans people that some others may do, or maybe even just a lack of some critical thinking to a certain extent, but, like, the fact that trans people who don't get access to the medical care that they need often try and commit suicide, and then take that fact of like the 60-something% of suicide rate for trans women who are ignored medically, and then doing this stuff on top of them, it is literally just torture. Are you going to fight Dean Withers? Why would I fight Dean Withers? I mean, he's a liberal, but like, I like Dean Withers. I've never even spoken to Dean Withers. Where is this coming from, Grace Arpaggio? You asked me earlier if I was going to moderate a debate. There is a lot of research. There is evidence that trans person's physical neurology doesn't match their biological gender. Yeah, but okay, so there's evidence of that to an extent, but that is not an extension of whether someone's trans. You can have that and not be trans, or you can have not that and still be trans, because gender is a social construct that only applies. No. So the medical point of view in that, like, you're asking of after transition, how it affects, well, we know that if you take like a trans person pre-HRT and you take like a brain scan of them in an MRI machine, and then 5 years later you take another brain scan of them in an MRI machine after they've gone through HRT, their brain looks much more like the brain of the gender that they identify with, for example. We know that there is physical internal changes that your body does make based on like medically transitioning, but pre-medical transition ability to like identify whether someone's trans without them telling you, or without them even being aware, for example, was not like possible, because it is required for them to be aware, because it's the social aspect of it. You're not gonna, no one wants to medically transition somebody who's not trans. And to be trans, you don't need to medically transition. You just have to be trans. So the medical aspect of it is the secondary. It comes after the actual gender has already been established. But the gender can only be established by the person. If we're being real here, there are a lot of women who don't know how to tell their partners they don't like it and try this instead, something women oppression still being slightly ingrained. That's also true, Papillon. And in that case, that's a thing that people need to work on. Communication skills need to be greatly increased across the board between, all of us, really. You should not ever really have to feel worried about telling your partner that you don't like something that they're doing, or that you want them to do something different, except you definitely should be worried if you're, a woman in a straight relationship, because men can be violent, especially if they feel emasculated. That shit's scary. There needs to be further, like, methods of conversational exchange, and usually, like, before the scenario it's required in communication does tend to help, when you talk about this stuff before you're in the bedroom. Now we talked about the horrific and illegal ways that they want to or not that they want to, that they are oppressing trans people. Let's talk about the horrific and illegal ways that they want to oppress immigrants next. So, and yes, some men do like that. You just gotta ask them first. SB 72. This act creates the offense of trespass by an illegal alien, which provides that a person shall be guilty of such offense if the person is an illegal alien who knowingly enters the state and remains here and is physically present in the state at the time a licensed bounty hunter or peace officer apprehends this person. Such offense shall be a felony for a term of imprisonment without eligibility for probation or parole, with certain exceptions as provided in the act. Any person who commits the offense of trespass by illegal alien shall be prohibited from voting in any election. They already can't vote. They're not a citizen. Receiving any permit or license to drive, receiving any public benefit, becoming a legal resident of the state. Additionally, the Department of Public Safety shall develop an information system for people to report violations of this act, which shall include a toll-free telephone hotline, email, and online reporting portal. Any person who makes a report which an illegal alien is arrested shall receive a reward of $1,000. So yeah, basically they want to pay the good old boys to be out there hunting for immigrants, which if you think this is only going to extend to harming illegal aliens, undocumented immigrants, think again. Americans are dumb as fuck. You think if you offer people $1,000 per immigrant that you turn in, that these aren't just gonna, yeah, well, snitch lines too, first of all. Everything is snitch lines. Honestly, Greg, perfect example here, because just as we can see with the shooter of Brian Thompson, Republicans love snitches. They just love they snitches. I mean, also, we've seen Tom Homan, the border czar, talking about snitches like this as well. So bounty hunters are crazy. I believe the only people that should not be here are violent illegal immigrants. Otherwise, passive illegal immigrants can be in here. I don't believe in I don't believe in illegality of immigration. I'm an open borders type of girl. I think every single immigrant that's in the country should be given citizenship. And if they are violent and they commit crimes, then we should treat that, we don't even treat our own violent criminals. What am I saying? We act like throwing people in prison makes violent crime go down, except, I mean, to be fair, violent crime has been going down for years now, but it's not because we put people in prison. It's because we teach people, rehabilitate these people. When I was a child, I was copying movement from my grandfather who had one leg shorter, so I was hobbling like him, and I was doing it so well that I had scheduled medical procedure on my hips to correct it. Thankfully, yet another consult by an experienced doctor figured out I was making this up, and it saved me from life-changing procedure. Yeah, but that's not how that works. Like, there's a... Marxism is theft. Let me ask you something. The best way that you're going to be able to understand the experience of a trans person is, imagine tomorrow you wake up and nothing has changed. Not a single thing has changed, except everybody around you refuses to refer to you as, like, I'm going to go ahead and assume that you're a guy. Everyone tomorrow, you wake up, your body is still the same, everything about you is still the same, but everyone from now on is just going to call you she, her, a woman. You're going to get hit with misogyny, whether you want it or not, no matter how much you ask for it to change. Yeah, imagine that happening, and that's what being trans is like. That's the closest I can explain to you the experience of a trans person, is if you woke up tomorrow and everyone insisted that you were a woman with nothing about your body having changed currently. Now you can flip that more and make it more specific, but keeping things simple, that's how you can try and conceptualize the feeling. Hot take, anyone should vote regardless of nationality as long as you work. True. I also think felons should vote. Hot take, homeless people and unemployed people should vote. Well, true. Hotter take even, we shouldn't have homeless people. We should just give people housing. That's not even like all that much of a hot take, considering we know that giving homeless people a free house makes the government money. No one pretends to be trans. Marxism is theft. Not like almost nobody. But yes, gender is entirely in your head. That's what I'm saying. Gender is in your head. Gender doesn't exist physically. It is a social construct that exists in your head and in the person you are talking to's head, in how they relate to you. How you relate to the social and cultural norms typically associated with a physical sex, and how you want to be perceived in relation to and engage with those social and cultural roles and expectations. That's what gender is. It is just in your head. There is no physical, once we get into actual adding medication and we start talking about psychology, sure, yeah. But as a concept, gender isn't a physical thing. I've explained this to you too many times that I have trouble believing that you're not purposefully misunderstanding me now. It's not pretending. You must genuinely be purposefully misunderstanding me. You pretending to hobble and you having a hobble that is in your mind that you feel is real are two different things in and of itself, and that's still not comparable. You're still not even close. Like, oh, Jesus, hold on, sorry. Very hot in here. Like, even if that still wouldn't be comparable. Exactly. Iodine and borderline. You got it, and I'm leaving it here. And yeah, look, everyone's not the same. Nobody should be like, why is trans people a topic right now? You know, that's 1% of like the entire United States, right? Like the correct answer, no offense to you, Iodine and borderline, when someone brings up trans issues, like should trans kids play in sports, is why the fuck do I care? That's the correct answer. It affects like a minute, tiny population of people that, first of all, in and like of themselves don't tend to care about like things like sports. Bathrooms is just, that's just the right, like pointing out something to make a specific scapegoat out of. But like, yeah, there's 40 trans athletes in the entire country. No one should be like pretending that this is a topic that is relevant enough to be national discourse. And beyond that, like, I'm just so sick of nobody even attempting to actually engage with the facts. I think the sports thing is an excuse. They find, okay, the sports is an excuse, so is the bathrooms. Greg, they just want all trans people dead. That's it. They just want to kill all the trans people. They want them to die. That's the only thing that is real here. Everything else is an excuse. We've like covered this at length. And it's not just like Trump, it's the entire Republican Party. Also, hello, Chatty TV. Hello, hello, hello. Fuck, we're still in America. I haven't even touched on like Syria, Romania, Georgia, Israel. We got a lot going on. I guess today's America Day, and then we can jump to foreign policy tomorrow. So I suppose now that I've made that decision of we're going to stick with US politics, let's talk about Donald Trump on MSNBC. Well, yes, Andrew Tate country. The Romanian election got canceled, is what happened, because Russia tried to buy it, and I don't know, they're a real country, so they failed in buying it, as in like we'll look at it a bit more later, but 66,000 fake accounts, 10 million fake followers, just basically the country was like, fuck that, no. We're doing this election over again. So this is Donald Trump on, first off, just the fact that they're going to pardon all of the Jan 6 insurrectionists, but we knew that. This is the scarier part, which who knows whether they're going to do this shit, but this is what they're saying.
And Cheney was behind it, and so was Benny Thompson and everybody on that committee. For what they did, honestly, they should go to jail.
So you think Liz Cheney should go to jail?
For what they did.
Everyone on the committee, you think.
This is the January 6th committee, by the way, he's talking about.
Anybody that voted in favor, and Cheney.
So he wants to put everyone in the Jan 6 committee in prison, surprising nobody. Let's hear him talking about some economic stuff. And Jesus fucking Putin. Yeah, we have a lot of that going around, Greg. The Russians are annoying right now. And your leg wasn't in pain by being made to fit in a box. We just don't fit into is painful emotionally. By faking your hobble, your leg didn't actually hurt. There are a few people who fake being trans. Thank you, Iodine and Borderline, for a actually reasonable and rational explanation on this. And yes, we are now done with that topic for now, unless someone says something that's interesting enough for me to not get mad at you for changing the topic again. So, economic-wise, get ready.
One of your signature promises on the campaign trail, which was to end inflation, to lower prices. You are now proposing tariffs against the United States' three biggest trading partners. Economists of all stripes say that ultimately consumers pay the price of tariffs.
I don't believe
Can
it.
you guarantee American families won't pay more?
I can't guarantee anything. I can't guarantee tomorrow.
Now, your average Trump supporter will watch this clip and they'll really get stuck on the end of like, well, I can't guarantee anything. I can't guarantee tomorrow.
I can't guarantee anything. I can't guarantee tomorrow.
And to his credit, he does sound reasonably normal saying this. However, this is now the third or fourth time we're getting to the point of, hey, look, these tariffs are coming and they're kind of going to hurt, as being sold to the American people from the right as a realistic thing to expect is, I mean, like, we all knew this was going to happen, but it just goes to show that, like, they're not going to back down. They might be pretending to not do the Mexico tariffs, which they might still do the Mexico tariffs, because you never know with these people, but shit's going to hurt. And who's going to get hurt the most? Well, actually, it's going to be the people who voted for Donald Trump that are going to get hit the hardest first, statistically. Doomerkist, in the 60s, philosopher Guy Debord wrote that media like TV is hyper-reality, realer than real to most people, because it's how they understand the world rather than the actual social realities. That's actually significant. If media shapes people's realities, you can manipulate. And well, yes, actually, this is true. In fact, I have this exact complaint with social media that I'm regularly complaining about. And yes, fuck, I forgot to stay on topic there. Am I Lady Vosh now for piss poor praxis, for getting mad at those who make me go off topic and then also go off topic myself?
One of your signature promises on the campaign trail, which was to end inflation, to lower prices. You are now proposing tariffs against the United States' three biggest trading partners. Economists of all stripes say that ultimately consumers pay the price of tariffs.
I don't believe
Can
it.
you guarantee
you did.
American families won't pay more?
I can't guarantee anything.
You did kind of hit the nail on the head there. You know what? It's okay. I've been called the female Hassan for a while, so I feel like switching it to Lady Vosh is a nice change. Hey, without the fit, my fit looks excellent. Now, I might not be, I don't know, like autistically hyper-fixated with fashion like Vosh is, but I think my fit is just fine. And thank you for the follow. I said it directly in response to what she was saying about the fake accounts. It's completely relevant to those stories. Oh yeah, for Romania. Yes, absolutely. We're just not on Romania. Well, it's not about MSNBC actually talking to him. MSNBC bent the knee like immediately after the end of the election. They are barely going to even complain about him anymore. And thank you. I appreciate that, Doomerkist. But so it's not just Trump, though, warning you about the economic impact. It is also Elon Musk.
We have to reduce spending to live within our means. Yeah, that necessarily involves some temporary hardship, but it will ensure long-term prosperity.
Now, this was pre-election, and we've talked about like where they're coming from with this idea of long-term prosperity comes from the concept of, okay, well, if we deport all of the immigrants and we put all of these tariffs on businesses, then these businesses want to bring manufacturing into the United States. And if they manufacture here because of the lack of labor supply, because we deported all of the immigrants and the high demand for labor, that means that my wages will go up, except that's not what's going to happen, considering they're also cutting unions. And honestly, you're more likely to just have your wages go down rather than up in general. This idea of like, this will raise my wages, hypothetically could work given a government in place that actually wants to make that work, but they don't want to. They don't care about that. They don't care about you. And so you're just going to suffer, and that's it. My thoughts on Bosch: in a couple of generations, if his kin try really hard, they could be as smart as me. Ho ho. True, true, true, true. Oh, speaking of, by the way, while Elon Musk is talking about how you're going to have to, you know, reduce some spending and have some temporary hardship, this is how he views poor people. In most cases, the word homeless is a lie. It's usually a propaganda word for violent drug addicts with severe mental illness. First of all, calling homeless as a term a lie in reference to, I haven't read this yet, but what I'm imagining is someone who's staying in a hotel, crashing on a friend's couch, living in their car. Fuck you. Those are still homeless people. Just because you're not like out on the street, like sleeping on a newspaper, does not mean you're any less homeless than, like, this guy is no less homeless in his mission hotel than someone sleeping in a box is. Now, like, functionally, yes, this person is actually slightly better off, but they're both homeless, is what I mean to say. We don't need to, like, give people distinct levels of how fucked your life is and how, like, homeless you are before we can qualify you as homeless. Yeah. And yes, this guy should pay for all the houses right now. He could. It wouldn't even, like, the thing is, Lennon, right now, Elon Musk could buy every American a house and it would not put a dent in his net worth. It would, like, it would be so little money to him that he'd likely not even notice if he actually had all of that money in, like, liquid wealth. Trump's going to slash regulations, which will give the economy a little bump when companies increase investment and spending briefly, but wages will stagnate even more, and then the workers will suffer. Well, yes, as is the case with Republican economic policies. Short-term gain, long-term fuck you for the worker. And sorry, short-term gain for the investors, not for everybody. So many Americans are homeless and are also veterans. They literally made them that way. Well, yeah. Also, by the way, they're cutting Veterans Affairs as well in America. So he could build 600,000 houses easily. Yeah, absolutely. If every church bought a house for a homeless person, homelessness would be chopped in half. This is also true. Hey, look, churches also don't need to pay taxes. So, you know, they have the money. This, like, it's so fucked up that, like, we view homelessness in this way, but even more so, but just taking homelessness to the side for a second, violent drug addicts with severe mental illness, Americans still don't understand that drug addiction and mental illness are just physical illnesses. There's like physical causes for this, and you need healthcare. There's a reason why the opiate epidemic is still ongoing, is because we don't give them healthcare. We treat this as if it's a crime issue. We treat homelessness as a crime issue, mental health as a crime issue, drug addiction as a crime issue, whereas all of these are healthcare issues. Anyone meet Republicans who are reading this and regretting their vote yet? Yeah, but usually they just figure out a way to rationalize it within like a day or two. If not, they might just double down on the thing anyway. America could roll over tomorrow and use what 2 months of its GDP to house every homeless person. They wouldn't, because that would affect market speculation, trust funds, and the wealth of the parasite class. True, but like honestly, even without that, piss poor praxis, we could give every homeless person a house and free money, and it would likely create profit for the government, the state, the taxes that we would invest in this, we would get more out of. It's not even that, like, it's not even just that this negatively affects like the bourgeoisie. It's just that they hate poor people. Like, this would be better for rich people. If we did this, it would make everyone involved, including rich people, money. They just don't want to do this because it would mean giving free things to people who haven't earned the free things, the deservingness of the housing, of the money. That's really where it comes from, is these people think that you don't just get to live based on the fact that you're human, that just being alive isn't enough to grant you basic unalienable rights such as, you know, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. Usually one is a symptom of the other as well. If we gave healthcare to get help for whatever the primary need is, then we can nip it in the butt. This is true. I'm a half Jew, so I could get out of America and go to Israel, and I'm sure nothing apocalyptically horrifying and fascistic is going on there. Well, Doomerkist, I'm not sure if you know, but just being Jewish doesn't mean shit in Israel. You have to be the right kind of Jewish. Like, they have second-class citizens for the kind of Jew you are in Israel. That's how fascistic they are. So, you know, if you think that you're not going to be happy living under American fascism, which is basically just Russian oligarchy fascism, that's what's oncoming, you're definitely not going to like the Israeli version of it. The American government works for capital exclusively with Republicans and primarily with Democrats. True, exactly. Capital is what makes the world go round. All these people only care about money. This is like factual. I have no disagreement on the subject. In fact, neither do Republicans. Even they don't disagree. They fucking hate you. Look.
Nothing is sacrosanct. Nothing.
By the way, the even Republicans agree bit, the nothing is sacrosanct bit is what I was referring to here. Nothing is sacrosanct.
Nothing is sacrosanct. Nothing. They're going to put everything on the table.
That's what they told lawmakers. Everything is on the table, and that includes Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
Nothing is sacrosanct.
Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. All of them are on the table to get cut. What did Republicans tell you endlessly when they were running? Oh, we're not going to touch those. They also said they weren't going to do Project 2025. They fucking hate you. However, be aware, Democrats also are going to vote in favor of this. And those Democrats also fucking hate you. Most Democrats are just as bad. They're not as openly bad on social issues, but economically, they're usually just as bad. However, they still are the better party federally. I am marginally hopeful of state-level politics with the DSA, just because usually third-party candidates don't get anywhere, but when we're talking only on the state level, and when we're talking a third party that has 50 seats currently and is, you know, having AOC and Bernie Sanders interact and engage with it, makes me feel like maybe there's a shot of a little bit of sway we can make happen through the midterms, if we do actually get a midterm. Whether it's free and fair, I can't tell you that, but, you know, there's pathways forward that are opening that don't involve working with the Democrats, and I just kind of hope they continue on this way, because as we covered past the election, Democrats learned nothing. Neolibs are pretty bad, true, and neocons are even worse, but they're all pretty much like, there's almost no neolibs. That's the thing. I don't actually think I believe in neolibs. I think all the neolibs became neocons. Oh shit, Papillon, Mysterios. I didn't realize that your chats are getting censored by the bots on YouTube chat, so I didn't see a bunch of them. Not ignoring you. And I'm an American and I benefit from systemic racism and white supremacy, so I'm doing good. Still bad though. I mean, that's the thing, is all of these people are benefiting personally. And that's why they keep doing this. It has nothing to do with like ideology. It has nothing to do with what's best for you. It has nothing to do with what's best for the country. It has nothing to even really do with money for themselves, unless that money is directly tied to power. These people will sacrifice money for power. We've seen that happen over and over again. Social Security and Medicare was pretty poorly applied and took about up to 40% of the national budget, though. And that's still the pensions and only access to healthcare that, like, so Medicare alone is the only access to healthcare most seniors will, like, have right now, let alone, like, have had in the past, let alone with the removal of the Affordable Care Act also on the table. But Social Security is your pensions. Now, whether they were poorly applied or not, doesn't matter. It's capitalism. No shit they were poorly applied. That's kind of necessary by default in the political system and the economic system that we live in. But they're still useful. You still need them. I kind of see it as neoconservatism as the violent method to force neoliberalism on states to extract the neocolonialism style, extract from neocolonialism style. I can actually kind of see that. Now that's a bunch of buzzwords for some people, but it makes sense to me in that all of it, from the Democratic Party all the way through, like, the non-existent centrist voter to the Republican Party, their goals is to bring you further to the right, but not just ideology-wise, through policy that specifically, like, benefits that of rich people. What is a neocon? Well, okay, if we're talking about, like, let's neoconservatism and neoliberalism, the easiest way I can go with it is contemporary conservatives, contemporary liberal ideology, just post 2000. That's my, like, easy definition. But neoconservatives are, like, anti-democratic. They are much more, like, war hawkish. They're much more corporate oligarchy positive type, whereas the neoliberals are much more corporate oligarchy positive, much more peace through strength, not overtly war hawkish, but also functionally just as overtly war hawkish as the neoconservatives. Hence why there's not that much of a difference. The point in and of itself entirely is just to bring you to a point where you'll vote for people like Reagan. Conservatives use it as an own or something around me. Neocon? Well, I mean, Trump's cabinet picks are defined as neocons, a lot of them. That's why we saw a lot of bomb threats coming from the right to Trump's cabinet picks, is because they're neocons and not nationalists. Liberals are sellouts, conservatives are tools. True. Like I said before, a lot of the right wanted nationalism. They wanted Fourth Reich style fascism, and they're disappointed that we're getting Russian oligarchy fascism instead. Neoconservatism is about spreading neoconservatism is about spreading liberal democracy abroad. Neoliberalism is about creating a global flowing market. So neocons force free market economics on other states, calling it freedom, slashing social spending, and forcing them to give up resources. That is true. That's just a more complicated version of kind of what I said of anti-democratic and oligarchy positive. But frankly speaking, senior citizens should be the last ones to get healthcare, in my opinion. They contribute nothing, and often, yeah, but they contributed their whole lives, and now they're at the end of their lives. They deserve to have that. Okay, first of all, regardless, like, I think everyone deserves access to adequate free healthcare regardless. Okay, fine. If you that argument is actually honest, then I respect it. You saying I don't care there is probably the most respect-worthy answer you could have given here, in that it's fine if that is your belief. Now, I think you're wrong, and I think that everyone deserves just healthcare off the bat no matter what, but, and I know you do too, it's just under the current system, that's your worldview, and I still disagree with it under the current system as well. Neoliberals support fascist regimes, narco-drug states, religious ethno-states, all of those things are supported by neoliberals and neoconservatives, hence why I keep saying that there's very little difference between a neoliberal and a neoconservative. I had an argument because I called Putin Russian oligarchy fascism. Can you explain how it is that, so I can better explain to other people who are doing it better? Well, basically, if you look at Russia, the only people that have wealth it's just a more extreme version of the class divide that we have here. The rich and the poor. In America, there's what, like 1,000 people that have more money than the bottom 90% or 99% of society. In Russia, that's like 10 people. That's the difference. It's a large consolidation of wealth and power in a smaller and smaller group of oligarchs, of industry leaders. And not only do they gain more and more financial power by consolidating the market and by holding ownership over more of the means of production, they also exhibit political power because they have direct ties to government. They have, and to be fair, in America we do too. Elon Musk is an oligarch. He has direct, like, he's the richest person in the world, so there's that, but use that money to, well, I'm getting there, Art. Using that money, the oligarchy in and of itself is not necessarily fascism. Using that money from the oligarchs to advocate for and impose social and political systems that are at the expense of the general population, that are against the wishes of the general population for the benefit of the bourgeoisie, would be what I would define as Russian oligarchy style fascism. So it's the fascism from this comes from the use of the oligarchy's money and power to influence political, like, discourse and political and the writing of legislation that negatively impacts and is unpopular with the broader population, but directly benefits the oligarchs. Point is, neoliberals look at fascist regimes as allies over socialist ones. Also, just general liberals do that too, piss poor praxis. That's the thing, is as a socialist, you kind of have to work with liberals, but you can't trust them. Yeah, we literally allied with fascist Spain against the USSR during the Cold War, except, you know, the USSR was never socialist, Art, so in that case, it's just allying with fascists against other fascists. Yeah, no. I was gonna say, I was thinking about, like, what time period of Soviet Russia do I consider fascism and not? Stalin onward, I consider fascism. Pre-Stalin, I don't consider fascism. More just building up to. But, you know, we can argue about that at a different time. But in regards to, like, just, like, the same topic of oligarchy, there are 14 billionaires in Trump's cabinet. 14. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, Linda McMahon, Doug Burgum, Stephen Feinberg, Warren Stevens, Charles Kushner, Mehmet Oz, Frank Bisingano, Kelly Loefflers, David Sachs, and Jared Isaacman. 14 billionaires in just the cabinet. This is a government that is an oligarchy. Like, by definition at this point, is the entirety of the cabinet is oligarchs. So at this point, there's no other definition. Sentient Jew Slave, I don't believe in needless entitlement. I don't believe that that's a thing. There's no such thing. We should all get medical care. We should, literally just, you should get what you need to survive provided to you for nothing, no matter what. As a bare minimum, what you need to survive should be provided for you by the state, bare minimum, as long as we're living in, like, context of a state, you know, because you can have a stateless society, but capitalist democracies decay into fascism. Well, yes, capitalism in decline, in decay is fascism. The democracy inevitably gets bought off and corrupted. Wealth flows to the top. People become discontent. Politicians empower the people brutally. Bam, you got fascism. We're at the last part of the process, though. Who's going to do that work, though? Oh, come on. Don't be a, what's the word? I hate when I can't remember the words. Don't be contrarian. You know that people don't work just for financial incentive. Sound like Marxism is theft for now. Yeah, so again, billionaires. As Dumarcus just explained, wealth flows to the top. Well, the top is now only the wealthy. You guys do know that 3 people in America own more wealth than the bottom half of the country, right? 3 people? 3. It's fucked up, guys. It's actually real fucked up. And I mean, we don't care about it at all. So, switching gears again, just real quick. Actually, let me read your chats first. Yes, years ago, I extensively studied the Venezuelan individual Carlos Jacal. At some point of his life, he was in Damascus in the 1980s. Carlos was a fascinating figure, and either villainize or lionize him? Whatever. We got our list of people to go after the revolution comes. Well, they have their list of people to go after their revolution comes, and by definition, a revolution from the right is the institution of fascism, at least by my definition of right-wing revolution is. And good for you, Hansusa. So, speaking of one of the people who is definitely on my naughty list, I'll say, not, you know, any kind of list that indicates anything Twitch, YouTube, terms of service. Don't misunderstand me here. It's nearly Christmas time and I'm Santa. Pete Hegseth is on the naughty list, and don't read any further into that. Let's see what he has to say.
Means a lot. And I also want an opportunity here to clarify comments that have been misconstrued that I somehow don't support women in the military. Some of our greatest warriors, our best warriors out there are women who serve, raise their right hand to defend this country and love our nation, want to defend that flag, and they do it every single day around the globe. So,
and just a couple weeks ago,
I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles. It hasn't made us more effective, hasn't made us more lethal, has made fighting more complicated. We've all served with women, and they're great.
Like, these people don't believe in anything. They just will overtly, openly lie to you. And then people will come and, like, argue with me of, like, well, like, I saw this, and I saw this, and I saw that. Motherfucker, I've seen all of it. It's all out there. They will say everything. They will agree and disagree with their own point in the same sentence sometimes. It doesn't matter because it's all vibe now. It's not reality. We don't care, or at least they don't care. Was the Reagan Revolution a revolution? No, that wasn't a revolution. I wouldn't have considered it as such. It was a blowout electoral victory, but I don't think revolution is the right word for that one. Anti-fem white nationalists, as is often the case, these are just fucking more... this guy hates women as well as is an incel. Like, there's some incels that hate women because they can never, like, be around women, that women can't stand them, that they'll never get to touch a woman. Then there's incels like this who just hate women and want to rape women at the same time. Like, this is Pete Hegseth. Now, who else do we have? Oh yeah, Tulsi Gabbard, our resident Russian agent. Ex-Tulsi Gabbard aides say she was a devout consumer of Kremlin propaganda network, RT, which, you know, we all already knew. Wait until the incel final form, gay. Yeah, that's Nick Fuentes getting sucked off by destiny. That's what happens. You just, it's like horseshoe theory. You just go so anti-woman that you just become gay man. Watch, what's going to be even more interesting is when the femcells reach their final form, straight men. So, deep questions about where her loyalties lie. Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz, without offering evidence, claimed Gabbard is a likely Russian asset. Hillary Clinton had also claimed this and was honestly vindicated on a lot of the things that she said. I mean, Hillary Clinton was a shit candidate and would have made a shit president, but she was right about a lot of things. She does look, I think she does have the Storm hair from X-Men, I think. Yeah, I can see it. Look, to an extent, like, we can read this, but I've covered it
respond to
before.
something.
But I don't even need to read it. Just there's within the Republican Party, they're calling her a Russian asset.
Your fellow
Some of
members
your
describing
House
her as a
members say-
national security risk.
I want to address the issue that's in the headlines right now. I stand in full support and wholeheartedly agree with the statements that President Trump has made over these last few days with regards to the developments in Syria.
That was Tulsi Gabbard earlier today on Capitol Hill, where she was seeking support for her confirmation as Donald Trump's director of national intelligence. Given the events out of Syria this weekend,
I'm so curious to see if we'll find any documents that, like, in Assad's paperwork and his government and his palace and whatnot. We found some really interesting documents already that I've spent like a better part of the morning trying to read, and we'll get to that when we get to Syria. But there's a real chance that within like the next 3, 4, 5 days, we could just have documents dropping of direct conversation, direct information relaying between someone like Tulsi Gabbard and maybe the Assad regime, maybe Russia, maybe Iran, maybe Israel. Because we know now that Russia, Iran, and Israel were all working together happily, like talking to each other. There was no like real actual chance of a war breaking out between Israel and Iran because they were working together. They psyoped us.
and her sympathies for ousted dictator Bashar al-Assad are once again, understandably, under scrutiny. It also comes after a pretty damning story from NBC News I just talked through. But that story revealed that in 2018, congressional aides of both parties on the House Foreign Affairs Committee did not trust then Congresswoman Gabbard with the identity of a Syrian defector known as Caesar, who had.
So Russian spy is one thing for sure, but anyone who was a White House correspondent is like the worst type of person. I agree. They just want to bomb the nuclear enrichment site, not the whole of Iran. I'm not even sure that they're like they have anything in favor of that. Like Iran, Israel, and Russia are openly working together. Well, not openly. They were secretly working together, and now they're openly working together. And she really is built like a supervillain. Like, again, I don't believe in phrenology, and as piss poor Prax is going to call me Lady Vosh again, you really can fucking tell when someone's evil. You can look at her and say she looks evil, and she's probably evil. And in this case, she is. Very often, this is the case. Very few times have I looked at someone and thought, nah, this person looks like a demon, and then end up as a good person.
Exposed atrocities committed by the Assad regime. Joining me now is NBC News investigator.
I know there's no such thing as evil. When I say evil, I'm being rhetorical. It's narrativizing, piss poor praxis. Come on.
Reporter Dan DeLuce, who broke this story
They
that I
hate
just
you.
talked through, and Muaz Mustafa, who's the
intentions.
executive director of the Syrian Emergency Task Force. This is quite a story and quite a time happening in the world. History is obviously happening over the past couple of days. So, Dan, let me start with you, because it feels like part of the big news in this piece is that congressional aides of both parties on the House Foreign Affairs Committee didn't trust then Congresswoman Gabbard with sensitive information.
Okay. So, first off, it's important that we're talking about the fact that both parties don't trust her. That's pretty big. You know, it's important. Lord Fluffyard, I look like a fat incel demon. I promise you, whether or not that's true, can probably tell by like facial expression, body language, whether or not you have a soul. When I say people are evil, by the way, that's what I mean is they lack the ability to do empathy. To engage with another human being on an empathetic level. That is what I mean when I say this person is evil. They're a demon. They lack a soul. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in souls. I don't believe in demons. It is just rhetoric to indicate a lack of empathy. And yes, a presence of malice also, Oxpecker. When I call someone evil, generally indicates they're probably malicious. And Tulsi Gabbard is malicious.
I mean, to say the least. But set the scene a little bit for us. This was a meeting that was happening, a closed-door meeting happening in 2018. She'd gone to Syria in 2017. Tell us a little bit more about what was happening in that room.
Yeah, so this was 2018, and this was this House Foreign Affairs Committee meeting, closed doors, with this Syrian defector who had become famous, known as Caesar, who had exposed these terrible atrocities committed by the Assad regime, executions, torture, a trove of photographs.
Caesar photos people may have heard of, yes.
Thousands of photos, okay? And they wanted to have a private meeting with him. And when he would meet with lawmakers privately, he would take off his mask and his disguise and be himself and reveal his identity. However, there was concern among both Republican and Democratic staffers. They weren't fully confident that Tulsi Gabbard could be trusted.
She can't. I mean, sure, go for it. Now, piss poor praxis. I like the point that you made here. This is true in that it's how we're describing these people's actions that affects how people think about it. And realistically, though, smart, stupid, innocent, ignorant, all of these are going to fall flat because a lot of it is multifaceted. It's both. A lot of these people are stupid in some ways, smart in other ways. Obviously, you can't blanket intelligence like this. None of them are innocent. That's the one blanket claim I'm like comfortable making, is none of these people are innocent. Whether or not it's from ineptitude, from stupidity, from an inability to actually functionally enact whatever it is they want, or whether it's from malice and a desire to cause harm, it will vary from individual to individual. And it is faulty thinking, but from my end of like talking about these people, it's useful narrativizing. It's useful in explaining how I view a person without having to every stream go and look over each and every article that I've like used as a source for this person, and just kind of shorthand it. 54% of American adults have a form of lead poisoning that lowers IQ. Yeah, more than 65% of adults in America can't read above a 6th grade level, let alone like from the lead or not. We also all have plastic in our brains. They're all like, Americans are morons. They also are the most brainwashed people on the planet. I don't disagree with you in any of this. I just don't think that like it's I don't think simply referring to these people in this manner is enough. I don't think that that leads to positive outcomes. I don't think that it leads to any like person with the ability to do critical thinking to do so by just calling them stupid. And to be clear, they are stupid and they are brainwashed. All of them, like, are brainwashed. All of us, really, including those on the left, including people like me. I get shit wrong sometimes. We were looking at the news when, you know, Damascus hadn't fallen yet, and there was a clip of rebels like inside of, it was, I believe, a government building that was meant to house like diplomats or something, but it was being reported on as Assad's house in Aleppo. I didn't know. And we can say, all right, it's hard to tell, like, especially in a conflict like this, what's real and what's not, take things with a grain of salt, but I was wrong in that it didn't end up being Assad's house. The media is lying to you constantly, no matter what you're looking at, no matter which side you're on. So there is a degree of sympathy, and not necessarily sympathy, but more just understanding and willingness to bridge the gap that I have. But it goes to like a certain extent. The line does end somewhere. Then take the subjective language evil out of it for pure understanding? No, because it's not just for pure understanding, it's for propaganda. Propaganda is could be a good thing and a bad thing. It's not, you know, necessarily one or the other. Evil is a subjective word, yes. But so is like the process. I'm propagandizing right now. That's kind of my job. Anyone in the media, like, it's not like it's not like propaganda is an objective word. It is also subjective. It is also defined by the uses of the methods of rhetoric employed in and the overall goal in the end. All of these are also subjective. It's useful, and so I use it. And if it wasn't useful, then I wouldn't use it. Now, I think Tulsi's more like cold, when I think malicious, I think Ken Paxton, Ron DeSantis. Oh no, she's just like malicious in the like inner psychotic way, not in the outward like foaming at the mouth idiot way. That's really the difference there. Thank you. I like my Espeon too. I have an Espeon tattooed on me. The largest antagonism out there is the rich and powerful versus the rest of us. True. And I often refer to the rich and powerful as evil because they overtly want you to suffer and they want to steal from you. They want to take every ounce of wealth and joy from your life and leave you with nothing. And so when I say evil, most people can relate those two things together, whether or not it is objectively a true statement, which it can't be because evil is subjective. Doesn't matter, in that it is a statement that is related to the narrative that I'm building around class consciousness, about rich people and how they view you. When I talk about how people who are like CEOs of multi-billion-dollar companies look at you the way that you look at a video game NPC when you're, I don't know, playing Skyrim and you're walking around like Riften and you see a random NPC and you kill them. They care about as much about you as you do of that NPC. Now, is this true every time? No. Is this true across the board? No. But is it true enough that it's a relatable like narrative to set forth in political like commentary? Then yeah, absolutely. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. If we're trying to be like specific and detailed and we're talking about systems in a more like academic framework, then yeah, there's different words you should use. But if we're just generally brushing over people's like propensity for fucking you over, then yeah, it's easier to just blanket call them evil and not have to go into the detail of specifically, you know, they're not evil, they just, you know, want to work for people that don't like you and will make your life worse and are happy to, you know, gain from your loss, etc., etc. I often wonder if the elite dream they are medieval Dark Ages really royals who are actively God ordained as better than the rest of like the masses in the middle class. Some of them definitely are. Like some of them definitely are, Hansusa. Think, how nice are you to NPCs when you play? I mean, I try and be, but I mean, I've been playing Baldur's Gate over the weekend and I wasn't particularly nice. To be completely honest, Israel speeding up the genocide in Gaza was almost predictable. It was predictable. I predicted it. As well as like several other people. But its expansion in Syria and Lebanon is blowing my mind. Syria was a surprise. Lebanon was not. Would you beat your kid or berate them down, to berate a kid with Down syndrome if they couldn't grasp tying their shoes? No, of course not. Some people don't have empathy. America is a place that doesn't harvest that trait either. I think creating an antagonistic force against conservatives just keeps the dance going. I think it's either antagonism or conciliatory like behavior. I don't want to be antagonist towards conservatives. I don't want to be conciliatory either. I think actually I do draw, like I walk the tightrope pretty well in that there are right-wingers that come into this chat and I have like my left viewers telling me that I'm too nice to them, and I'm far too annoyed by the amount of bullshit that comes from the right-wingers in my chat sometimes, but I still let them say it and we still talk about it. We go into the subject, and that's the best balance I can do. I'm not openly antagonistic against conservatives voter-wise. I am openly antagonistic against their elected officials. Every single one of their elected officials should be in prison. At least. There is talk that they will try and go after Egypt and Yemen as well. I mean, we've talked about the fact that, like, Israel believes in what its belief is of greater Israel, which is essentially half of Iraq, Syria, half of Saudi Arabia, like a quarter of Egypt. Syria is fucked, yeah. But we'll get to that when we get to that, all right? Canada never made religion an issue. It kind of just went away. In America, it's an issue that keeps being brought up, hence an antagonistic force. Well, no, there's a reason Canada never made like religion an issue the way that we did, and why we keep bringing it up. The reason that we keep bringing it up is very hyper specific to like U.S. history. There's too many different topics you guys want me to go into. Not a quarter of Egypt, legit owning all of the Nile in Egypt, thereby crippling Egypt. Okay, sorry. Thank you, Art, for the correction there. I thought it was just the northern, like, top right hand side corner. The new, okay, first of all, Genghis Khan, that's super fucking racist. Not all, like, Islamist groups are ISIS. And yes, the guy was former ISIS and former Al-Qaeda, but he's also been, like, interviewed with the New York Times talking about how much he disagreed with those people and how he left ISIS as soon as, like, they started killing civilians. Also, like, they were never good people. We never said they were good people. Assad is worse, off the bat. Secondly, again, referring to the rebel groups broadly in Syria as ISIS members and a bunch of, like, terrorists is racist. It just is. Look, I really didn't want to jump into Syria yet because it is racist, though, because it's not true. There are different levels of Islamist groups. Do you think that they all think the same? Do you think that HTS and, like, ISIS have the same ideology? That Tahrir al-Sham is the same as Al-Qaeda? Is that the level of, like, critical thinking that we have here? Also, like, true, Hansusa. Yeah, absolutely. The Kurds and ISIS don't think the same, but, like, there's also... You guys don't understand in that there are a lot of different groups in the region, and none of them think the same. Hey, Mr. Secular. You guys do realize that, like, yellow and green are on the same side, except Turkey's killing yellow because yellow are Kurds. Like, there is a very long list of reasons why it is both incorrect and racist to say that all of the rebels are essentially the same as ISIS. But even more so when you're actually looking at the map, in that the rebel groups that were on the same side are still on the same side when we're talking about, like, HTS and the SDF, but the SDF and the FSA are not, because the FSA is Turkey-backed, and Turkey just wants to kill Kurds. Turkey is actually one of the primary benefactors, like beneficiaries rather, not benefactors, of this. They're going to profit off of what's happening in Syria. And we'll get to Syria when we get to Syria. I'm not there yet for that one. Welcome, Mr. Secular. There's, like, a lot more America news that we got to cover, because I've been leaning really into international news all of last week, and so we got to catch up on what's happening in the States. We'll get there when we get there. I'm streaming every day this week, so whatever we don't get to today, we'll get to tomorrow. It's racist when you're ignoring that people are not all the same. Like, what is your evidence that you're referring to, Genghis Khan? That they used to be affiliated with a group? They did used to be affiliated with a group, and no one's denied it. I don't know fuck all about Calexit. Is that like California wants to leave the United States? I'll have to look into that. Obviously, it's not going to happen. You are prejudging somebody. That's exactly correct. Religious brown people aren't a monolith. Exactly. That would be like me saying that every Christian is no different than that of someone who showed up to Charlottesville. Genuinely no difference in me saying these things. We're talking about a small group of extremists that some Christians definitely, and some Christians that probably are still involved with, those groups were in, and you just boil it all down to that. There is some groups of members of this group that were associated with this thing, and some of their beliefs, at least enough of them, a quarter of their beliefs at least, fit in line with each other, and so they're all the same. All Christians are white nationalists and fascist extremists. That's what you're saying when you're saying that the rebel groups are all basically ISIS and another Muslim terrorism. Like, whether or not a group is a terrorist depends on who you're asking. They're either a terrorist or they're a freedom fighter group. Now, they can be both. And personally, I think the answer is usually both. But it's not black and white. It's not simple. You guys want to see, like, one example of someone actually treating an immigrant, I don't know, with some sanity in the United States government? Might be the last chance we get to.
Mr. Toure, are you undocumented? Pardon me, say it again.
Yes, Senator.
And why are you undocumented?
I came here from a civil unrest. I had no choice. My life was in danger. My mom told me the story when I was trying to get my driver's license.
How old were you when you came?
I came here when I was 7 years old.
What do you do today?
I'm a prosecutor. I represent victims of crimes and go after heinous people that have committed crimes against the Morin's family.
You've talked about Ms. Morin's situation a minute or so earlier.
Based, Gengistur, but also fuck Turkey from a Turkish woman. Türkiye çok iyi yapmıyor bu aralar. İyi değil bizim halkımız. So fuck Israel and fuck Turkey. Zora, notoriously, at least a few hundred Nazis stayed in place Eastern Germany post-war and fucked up as much as they could of the DDR. Past Nazis, voodoo became communist equals doubtful. Well, like, we know that we never denazified properly at all. I've gone into that at length. So fuck Turkey, fuck Israel, fuck Russia, fuck China, fuck America. Yeah, basically.
But the perpetrator of the crime against her daughter Rachel would be the type of person that you would prosecute?
Yes, Senator.
I think there is a fundamental difference we're being asked to acknowledge here. Is there a
That's called a world war, Art.
difference between Mr. Toure and the animal who attacked Miss Morin's daughter?
Okay, never mind. I said we were going to talk about, like, immigrants rationally for a second, even though he's talking to this undocumented immigrant rationally. Referring to even criminal human beings as animals is, I mean, we all know where that comes from, right?
Difference between Mr. Toure and the animal who attacked Miss Morin's daughter? Of course there is. This man for a living is prosecuting criminals. This other individual is a clear criminal with a record.
Why does that make him an animal?
When we say massive deportation, should we consider them the same because they're both undocumented?
I mean, if you ask Republicans, then yeah. If you ask me, then none of them should be deported. Honestly, Art, I feel like with the current state of incel politics, that might end up making matters worse. Not to say, like, I think we just need to medicate the world for, like, a little bit at least. Do you support non-established Kurdish country? I partially agree with you about big countries. Which side do you stay? Look, like, I like Rojava. I'm a fan of Rojava. I don't think that it's ever actually going to happen. Like, I don't think that there is enough positive sentiment in the region, as well as in specifically the countries that would need a high amount of support for it to enact something like that. I did have the hope, the very small hope that I knew was not, like, gonna come true, but of, like, who knows, maybe if Turkey didn't have to fight so hard against, like, the Kurds, if maybe, you know, Assad falls and we get a center of Kurdish power in Syria where we don't have to have Rojava. They could just have like actual places, power, and say in government in Syria. But obviously that wasn't going to happen either, because now they're going just out of their way to ensure that there is no safe space for Kurds in Syria, Turkey, Iraq, or Iran, which is the way that we've been going for so long. I'm a national fascist, right? A nationalist fascist. Sure, of course. The side that I stay is the other part of the shit coin. What do you even think, like, my beliefs are? You, like, people make Turkey Ottoman again. Yeah, that's what these people think I want. People who don't know the like the definitional meanings of words, calling me nationalists and fascists. This is like the person who called me a Nazi communist on Twitter the other day. Working on a benzo prescription. Need some anxiety relief. Valley yum. Medicate the world. Weed is pennies here, but eh. Like, honestly, like, I'm not saying that we need to like get everyone in the world high. Even just like a moderate amount of medication. Just some, like, maybe some antipsychotics, maybe some mood stabilizers, maybe a little bit of benzos, except like those, you know, you build up a tolerance to it. You want Turkey to be Ataturk again? I mean, yeah, preferably. Ataturk wasn't perfect either, but he was absolutely based, and like the country Ataturk formed was a secular one. It was a secular liberal democracy. And whether or not like I like liberal democracy based on my views of capitalism can be put to the corner, considering secular liberal democracy is objectively better than fucking theocracy. I read China dumps lithium into their water supply. Yeah, there's at least memes on the subject. Hot take, everyone has to take shrooms at least once. Hot take, no, I didn't like it when I took them. Ugh, fuck shrooms. Although you know what you do need to see at least once? Wait, are they going to show it? Wait. I hope they actually show it. If they just talk about it, I'm going to be real fucking mad. Of course! Of course they don't show it. Hold on. Now I have to go on Twitter and find the actual video. Good, Art. Don't do drugs. Unless, like, a doctor tells you to. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. So I found the video that I wanted to show you, except it's from literally, like, Q. Anyway, it's just Mitch McConnell falling. Ha tamam kralsın, ben de senin tarafındayım, bir ateist olarak soru Kürt milliyetçisi sandım seni. I just want like people to be safe and happy, and I want non-religious governments. I'm not like some people. So what Genghis Khan said here, basically saying, oh, never mind, you're cool. I, as an atheist, agree with you. I thought that you were a Kurdish nationalist, like as in a let's form Rojava the way that Israel was formed type person. And that is not what I believe. That is wrong. That is where you can get into some, you know, difficulties talking about something like Rojava, is because some people will try and establish that in the way that like Israel was as an ethno-state, and that's wrong. That's not helpful for anybody. And that's what was said there. I've never done drugs or drank alcohol myself. Good for you. Happy. I don't like to drink alcohol either. Also true, Lord Fluffy Art. Mitch Biden. They're gonna start on that shit. We should start on that shit. Oh, well, I guess I don't need to actually play the YouTube clip of them just talking about this rather than showing it actually happening. Oh, here's a fun story. You guys excited for the new pandemic? Because this is the first article. This was the first headline that I saw when I woke up this morning. Investigation launched into Queensland lab breach with vials of Hendra virus, lysovirus, and hantavirus missing. So this was actually, it literally, when I opened the article, it just said, lab leaked viruses from Australian lab in Queensland or something like that. And I was like, the fuck? Okay, we're doing this again? No, so H5N1 is still up there with like a chance of that happening. This is not going to end up in like a global pandemic. This was just more of me joking at the Wuhan lab leak theory that went around. So let's actually see what this is.
This is where Queensland's secretive testing and research of deadly viruses takes place, but today a very public admission.
There is not a clear record of the destruction of 323 samples that cannot be located.
So I'm announcing an investigation into the record-keeping breaches discovered at Queensland Health's Public Health Virology Laboratory.
The blunder relates to a locked freezer storing 93 live samples of Hendra.
Okay, so we're going to have to look up these viruses as we're going, unless somebody here is a healthcare professional that knows all of them off the top of their head. So a Hendra virus, first of all, the very first one. Yeah, it's from Australia this time, I guess. This one is not necessarily anything you need to worry about. Hendra virus is a virus that infects large fruit bats. Occasionally can spread from flying foxes to horses. Horses can pass it on to humans. A small number of people who had very close contact with infected horses have developed the infection. But like generally not one that you got to worry too much about. We got 3, so we'll go through them.
Virus, 2 live samples of hantavirus, and more than 200 fragments of lysovirus. The freezer.
Okay. And also, here we go, socials and Discord. That's for you, Exgensure. So, lysovirus, the second one we got here. What is this one? This is rabies, I think. Yeah, so this one's rabies. Love that. And hantavirus. We got hantavirus. A lot of horses in rural Australia, yeah. Look, this wouldn't be good for Australia. I just mean to, like, don't actually freak out over a global pandemic. Hantavirus is a pulmonary syndrome, is a rare infectious disease that begins with flu-like symptoms and progresses rapidly. Oh, never mind. This one can be the new COVID. Hantavirus. Flu-like symptoms that progress rapidly to more severe disease, can be life-threatening, lungs and heart problems. There we go. It's from mouse turds, eh? They're carried by different kinds of rodents, obviously. The deer mouse infection is usually caused by inhaling and that have become airborne from rodent urine droppings or saliva. Treatment options are limited. The best protection is to avoid contact. So, that one's probably the scariest out of this list.
Broke in 2021 and the materials transferred, but a gap in the paperwork means no one knows where they went.
It is a
Oh,
significant
well, at least you're safe, Hans Sousa.
breach of protocol, but I do not believe there is a risk to the public.
It is unusual and disappointing that we've found out about this error and found out so far down the track.
The missing samples were only realised during a change in management in August last year. Now Queensland's second lab failure after 40,000 criminal cases were impacted by flaws in the state's DNA lab.
It was brought to my attention just a few weeks ago.
How do you fuck up that bad? I didn't hear about that. Never forget, brother. Well, there's 3 different illnesses here. The one that's most likely to ever like be an issue for you is basically COVID symptoms, flu symptoms, and lung and heart issues afterward. The other one is rabies, and the other one mostly affects like horses and bats.
The DNA lab, we've now seen another failure of record keeping and administration.
The Chief Health Officer believes the most likely scenario is that the samples were destroyed by auto.
Do you live in Australia? Never forget, brother. I bet $10 in a sub to Hassan's stream that because the CDC and the government has been gutted, we will see an outbreak, maybe not the pandemic, but maybe not a pandemic, but the outbreak of something definitely. Oh, yeah, no, 100%, Lennon. Again, like the guy who runs Health and Human Services doesn't believe in vaccines, doesn't believe in like medication, he thinks that antidepressants lead to school shootings and thinks that heroin is a better ADHD medication. Like, do you really think that we're not going to have an issue like that in the States with this administration? No, I'm in the USA, but still. Well, then I promise that I will let you know if this becomes a global pandemic. Don't worry about the hantavirus until I tell you to. Then you can worry.
Claving or high pressure steam. He says it's highly unlikely the samples were thrown into general waste or stolen.
The first deadly Hendra virus outbreak swept through Brisbane racehorse stables in 1994. Today poses a different risk.
The reputational damage is a very significant factor, particularly in this day and age where there's a lot of concern about how we handle these sorts of viruses.
The probe's report is due in June. Jacqueline Robson, 7 News.
I'm still like, how the fuck did they lose 40,000 testing kits for like crime? They said that in there a second ago. Hold on. Missed it because we went into like...
No one knows where they went.
It is a significant breach of protocol, but I do not believe there is a risk to the public.
It is unusual and disappointing that we've found out about this error and found out so far down the track.
The missing samples were only realised during a change in management in August last year. Now Queensland's second lab failure after 40,000 criminal cases were impacted.
Yeah, that. How do you fuck up 40,000 criminal cases worth of biometric data collection?
By flaws in the state's DNA lab.
Biometric data collection. Kids are going to be backed up another 4 years. ATP abolished the DOE. It's cooked. True. It's so much worse than you think it is, though, Lennon, like with education. Mathematically, most likely incinerator within the lab destroyed, I bet. Probably. Welcome back, Sentient Juice Slave. I hope that it was destroyed. I mean, like, again, don't worry too much about this, but this is not a nice headline to wake up to. Whoa. What's going on in California? Isn't it like snowing in America right now? What the fuck? What the fuck? I thought it was like winter for you people.
Growing with ferocious speed and fueled by extreme Santa Ana winds, a life-threatening wildfire is accelerating through the hills and canyons of Malibu. The so-called
never mind. The weather in California is actually pretty similar to what it is like here right now, at the very least. No, never mind. Never mind. Snowfire, yeah. The last time I voted here in Washington State, USA, had to nudge the state government to make sure budget forensics, DNA, and all that to solve awful crimes, ratcheting up unsolved crimes now, solving them. I had to nudge the state's government to make sure to budget forensic DNA and all that to solve awful crimes. Yeah, well, that's direct action. You voting and also talking to your elected officials and trying to make sure that they actually do their job. There you go. That's the point. They could purposely start another pandemic when the schools get fucked and shut down, and they could use that as a pretext to never open it back up again. They don't even need that. They could do it without the pretext. It's called SoCal. True.
Franklin fire exploding to more than 2,700 acres in a matter of hours.
This entire...
You make that joke, Lennon, but you just wait for, like, it to be past Christmas, and then I'm the one streaming from hell. You forget I'm in Australia, where it burns just like California because we also have eucalyptus trees.
Place. Everywhere you look, there's flames.
Surrounded, Alec Gallus scrambled to protect his home.
Fire's up in the mountains over there behind us. Fire's over there. That house is on fire. Fire's up in the canyon over there.
And not a lot of ways in and out of this area.
Not a lot of ways in and out.
Good. I'm glad, Hansusa. If you did something that helped people, then that's a good thing. Speaking of actually direct action-wise, remember we covered that they made social media illegal for 16 and under in Australia, and I thought it was a good thing, and we looked into it. There are several social media sites that should be under that law that aren't blocked. Telegram, WhatsApp, Kick, Rumble should all be banned, but they are still all perfectly not banned under this new legislation. So direct action, what do? You write a petition, you go knock on some doors, you get some signatures, and then you bring it to your government and you try and get them to fix it, which is what I plan to be doing over the next couple of weeks on that front, considering the law doesn't pass. And I mean, the law's passed, but it doesn't take effect until next year, giving plenty of time to, all right-wing recruitment apps, exactly. So it gives plenty of time to try and add those to the list of banned social media. How else will kids watch Aiden Ross and Sneeko? Well, that's the point, isn't it? I honestly don't know whether or not the reason those weren't included was incentive, financial, idiocy, stupidity. It could be really either. It could just be that, like, Australian Parliament isn't all that caught up with the times. Maybe they don't know how harmful, like, Kick and... Maybe most of them probably don't even know what Kick and Rumble are. Telegram, I don't understand how that could, like, not get censored already. Like, Telegram should just be illegal off the bat because it's of how it's mainly used as a method of sharing illegal pornography, propaganda, and planning and implementing terrorist attacks and right-wing just militias and their actions. It's just shocking. Kind of zonked. Poor grammar. I try and type better sentences. Tuesday misery. Fair. Please don't kick me. Kicked off social media. Mate, you are in America. This doesn't affect you. There is a section in live UA map as USA. You can realize in USA people die more often than Syria. This is true, but for different reasons. How do you organize a petition like that? You write it down. You go knock on some doors. You tell people, hey, there's this law that passed, and I don't know, on this law, these are the things that should be banned, except they missed all of these ones. Now, whether or not you agree with the law, I'm not sure, but I feel like maybe you would agree that at the very least, if they're going to do it, they should do it properly. And so I've written down these list of other, like, social media applications that fall into the definition that has been laid out by the government. And if you would sign, I would appreciate it. I'm going to take this to like several different places after that. So you go and you get your signatures, then you go and you talk to your elected officials that are in government. You give them a copy. You go find, like, candidates that are going to be running. For example, I know a local market that I go to every, like, couple weeks that has Green Party candidates. They have their own, like, little stall. I'm going to go up to them and I'm going to bring them my little petition with all the signatures on it. And I'm going to say, hey, one of you is running for government, right? You guys, like, your party voted with Labor and passed this bill. You guys messed up and missed all this shit. Here's a petition with signatures from the community of people that think that these should be added. Would you support adding these to this law? And as an elected official, as someone who wants to be an elected official, would you be willing to come and talk about it with me? I'm a live streamer. You can call in. We can have a conversation. You do something. Whether or not, you do all of that, you do any part of that, that's direct action. You can, if you're in America, if you want to participate in this kind of canvassing, phone banking, petitions, your democracy, !PV. You can go and check out Progressive Victory. They work very hard. They do really good things. And I phone banked with them during the election. They were really fun and good people. Kick, Rumble, Telegram aren't all that popular in the West. Telegram is mainly used as a private messaging service. Kick was Kick, K-I-K, the way you're writing it is, like, dead. That was where you got groomed as a kid when I was a kid. K-I-C-K is like Rumble, but Twitch. They are popular in the West. Rumble, Kick, and Telegram are increasingly popular in the West. And beyond that, they are where you go for the worst things on the internet. The entire point of this bill was to stop you from being able to do that. No, if they catch you on the app as a minor, you don't get in trouble. That's the best part. It's the company that's responsible. The parents are not responsible. The minors aren't responsible. There's no, like, your parents can't give you permission. They're not allowed to do that. But if you're on Instagram and they catch you, Meta has to pay a $50 million fine, and you don't get in trouble, and neither do your parents. Telegram is where people buy drugs and exchange, like, illegal pornography. Like, we've covered news articles of it on the spot. Like, when the CEO of Telegram got arrested, there was, like, news articles about the subject. Sorry, hold on. Just, like, blowing up today. They got streamers on there literally showing... Yeah, literally. I mean, Kick is horrible for other reasons. Kick and Rumble are just like... Rumble is where you go for, like, open Nazism and pedophilia. Kick is where you go for gambling addiction. And Telegram is where you go for drugs and pedophilia. So all of those need to be banned. And that would be a method of how to go about doing it. Somewhere Slavic. So speaking of Australia, there's been some discourse on this subject. There's a charity group who's been painting trees blue to talk about stigma when it comes to mental health. Now, all of the trees that they're painting blue are dead trees. They're trees that aren't, you know, still growing. Obviously, like, the paint could be bad for nature, so they are at least doing this to dead trees. And the idea is, I guess, looking at blue trees makes you happy. So let's see what they think. We were driving one afternoon and we spotted a blue tree. A Canberra woman wrote recently in a Facebook group for bird enthusiasts. It prompted her to Google the phenomenon, but was taken aback by the overwhelming negativity others in the group expressed about this particular trend. This blue tree stuff is nonsense. It's environmental vandalism. Completely ruins the natural beauty of an area too. A ridiculous trend. One person chided. Tell me you, like, hate joy without telling me you hate joy. You think that, like, this alone is, like, dead tree, not like ones with, you know, leaves on them, not something growing, is just prettier than it would be if you made it blue? I'm not saying make all the dead trees blue, by the way, but, like, that's a ridiculous response to have to something so mild. It completely screws the ability for insects to use and camouflage on the wood, another claimed, which would be true, except that's already been accounted for. So the woman ultimately learned, is, as she tried to appease the critics, was that the fact that the blue trees are a symbol spread by an Australian charity in a bid to promote awareness and conversation about mental health. The person behind the Blue Tree Project, CEO Kendall White, started the organization after losing her brother to suicide in 2018. Now, suicide is the leading cause of death in Australians 15 to 49. That's horrific. Outdated attitudes are still deeply ingrained across Australia. Yeah, our mental health system is not great. You're probably, like, if you can afford mental health care in America, you'll probably get better mental health care in America, and that's saying something. It also may introduce chemicals that, yes, true, but just wait, because there's only 1,318 of them in all of Australia, a country the size of the continental United States. 1,300 trees. Good to have you, Greg Prime. I hope to see you again next time. So again, like, this is not a large amount of trees that are being painted blue. Not enough to realistically fuck with camouflage of animals or whatnot anyway, or really to introduce toxins into the environment. This is a nonprofit that's painting trees. I'm sure they're using, like, paint that is non-toxic to trees and little critters that tend to be on trees. We are pretty strict with environmental regulation in Australia. Like, if this was America, I wouldn't be making the claim of, like, I'm pretty sure it's probably like this, but knowing how strict environmental regulations in Australia are, almost certainly they're using paint that is non-toxic to trees, like, and the critters that would be around on those trees. So I don't know. I like it. I like how, like, there's 1,300 of them in a tiny amount in a massive country. It's not necessarily like a big deal. I think they're pretty. I think they produce a little bit of joy to look at. I don't know. It just, it's not depressing. If I was walking the forest, granted I am in the evergreen state and saw this, I would feel less lonely and depressed and appreciate the effort it took the artist to paint around it fully. Good artist. Exactly. I agree. Thank you. I'm glad. Now let me ruin that beautiful sentiment with a mention of Utah and talk about some crazy shit that goes down in Utah. I promise I'll make up for that though, because after that I have some fun moments from history to look at. So this happened in Utah yesterday, I guess. This is a guy who bought a Mazda and from what I understand thought that he was buying the fully kitted out car, not the stock version. And this was his response to finding out that he didn't get what he wanted.
I wasn't, huh? I told you, motherfuckers.
Whoa! Whoa, shit.
Call the cops!
Alright, I still have no idea what the fuck he says because this video doesn't have subtitles, but what kind of mental space do you have to be to do that? Like, to do that requires something? Not even just premeditation? That's just like, why does he look like me? Maybe that was you. Are you trying to hide the fact that you crashed your car into that Mazda dealership in Utah? I don't know, like, people are insane. Mormons getting angry again? I mean, probably. It is Utah. Speaking of history repeating, Mormons getting angry again. You guys ready for Gamergate 2? Because it's coming. This is like over the last 3 months, this is the third piece of like news that I'm covering that I'm like, this all seems like it's consistent with a growing sentiment in the game industry and people who play games in relation to gender war shit. Oh, look, it's like we're taking after South Korea.
A warning for online gamers after police say a man became obsessed with his co-player and ended up stalking her and trying to kill her. Here's ABC's Andrea Fujii.
This morning, a warning for online gamers after police say two men traveled from Canada to
Okay, what the fuck is up with your face? Did you get the shit beat out of you? Like when you... I hope she beat the fuck out of him. I hope that's where that came from.
California to find and attack a fellow female gamer.
We know that gaming, online gaming, is a big thing nowadays, and you just have to be cautious.
Law enforcement says Canadian Devin Vanderhoff and a
Canadian, derogatory. Like, tell me that ABC News didn't have the derogatory as part of their pronunciation of Canadian.
To be cautious.
Law enforcement says Canadian Devin Vanderhoff and a Monterey County woman knew each other from online gaming after playing together for years. They say last week, Vanderhoff and his friend, Darius White, took a flight and traveled to her home.
Losers! Losers! Are they even human? Why isn't... You don't know about Gamergate? Mate, you need to go watch some, like, YouTube, like, video essays. Be prepared for a lot of brain damage. Are they even human? I don't know. This guy looks like a tiefling from Baldur's Gate. Like, genuinely. I don't know if it's like the black instead of having white around the eyes. Melih Gökçek mi yaptı bu haberi? Belki. Maybe if our Turkish friend stays around, I'll get to keep saying things in Turkish, and then I'll have more Turkish people come in. By the way, the person he's mentioning is like another piece of shit from Erdogan's party. Canadians, not these goofballs. Oh, never mind. I meant these goofballs.
Friend Darius White took a flight and traveled to her home.
It led to what we are calling an obsession, to where the point that Mr. Vanderhoff ended up flying from Canada down to Salinas, California, began following our victim and getting to know her pattern of life.
Authorities say the two men posed as delivery drivers holding a package. They say when the woman's boyfriend answered the door, Vanderhoff stabbed him. When the woman
What? Holy shit. Okay, this just keeps getting like crazier and crazier.
Life.
Authorities say the two men posed as delivery drivers holding a package. They say when the woman's boyfriend answered the door, Vanderhoff stabbed him. When the woman jumped in to help, she was stabbed as well.
You know that that robot from Futurama that stabs the crazy one? What was his name? What was that crazy stabby robot from Futurama? You said like special Roberto. Yes, this guy. You said special delivery, and now all I can imagine is just ding dong, special delivery, stab right in the chest. Futurama was such a fucking good show.
Both the boyfriend and Vanderhoff were taken to the hospital. Vanderhoff's friend got away, but was arrested at the airport.
Guys coming from Vancouver to Salinas to
who beat the shit out of the guy?
Delivery person and stab somebody. I mean, it's extraordinary.
Law enforcement says this all could have been a lot worse because inside that package were handcuffs, duct tape, and knives. They say it's a cautionary tale for online gamers.
A cautionary tale for women on the internet. Just so you all know, I know how to use a gun, a sword, a knife, and a bow, and hand-to-hand combat. So, like, I'm small and I'm weak, but better be confident. Now then, on to actual interesting, well, actually all of this has been interesting, but a slightly less horrifically sad topic. Let's look at some 10 really interesting moments from history. So this is one, I suppose, intriguing moment from history. I don't know who this guy is, though, so that doesn't help me. But actually, that wasn't number one. Number one is Saddam Hussein listening to him being sentenced to death.
ظل واقف نتلو قرار الحكم ظل واقف واقف نتلو قرار الحكم استمع إلى قرار المحكمة واقفا اسمع القرارات اي واقفا كن واقفا قاعد اوقف وقفوا حكي وياك.
Like, imagine being so petulant to the very end that you won't even stand up in court.
قررت المحكمة الحكم على المدان صدام حسين المجيد بالإعدام شنقا حتى الموت لارتكاب قتل عمد كجريمة ضد الإنسانية وفق المادة 12 أولا أليف بدلالة المادة 12 أولا ثانيا ثالثا رابعا من قانون المحكمة.
Remember that Saddam Hussein was a piece of shit.
الجنائية العراقية رقم 10 لسنة
the face of this guy like, oh my god, just stop fucking talking. I don't care. Yes, God is great. Shut the fuck up. You're gonna die. That's the face that I'm getting from this man.
رقم 10 لسنة 2005 وحددت العقوبة وفق أحكام المادة 406 من قانون العقوبات رقم 111 لسنة 1969 المعدل بدلالة المادة 24 من قانون المحكمة الجنائية العراقية العليا رقم 10.
Go to hell, you in the court. There we go. I was like, what are you accomplishing by repeating the same shit? The go to hell, screw you in your court is funny though.
لسنة 2005 قرارا
هذا التقدير للمحكمة.
ثانيا الحكم على صدام حسين مجيد نحن أهلها بالسجن 10 سنوات.
Lenin, you don't like Saddam, right? Just out of curiosity. Guy behind Hussein was making a last speech supporting socialist Iraqi something Ba'ath before death execution. I ran right, yeah. You guys know that like the Ba'athists are not actually socialists, right? They just pretend to be. They're like part of like they realistically should be, but they never are in practice.
ارتكابه إبعاد السكان أولا دال بدلالة المادة 15 أولا ثانيا ثالثا رابعا من قانون المحكمة الجنائية العراقية.
Good, like granted here, America was not, you know, right to invade Iraq, and we did a lot of really bad shit, but Saddam was also like really bad, like really bad. They call themselves Arab socialists, which is different from actual socialists. Yeah, by not being socialists. I know for a fact that, like, Saddam Hussein wasn't a socialist. Know that. That's really easy. Even in the last fucking minutes of their time, they have to shout down abuse at other Iraqis. Well, yeah, this is the case of all, like, fascists. They will, till the very last breath, never like concede. Also, like, fun fact, also not so fun fact. Well, I mean, in the 70s maybe, but like that's going far back outside of my knowledge on Arab socialism. Saddam was a psychotic robot. I wouldn't even say he was psychotic. Like, Saddam had a decent grasp on humanity, like not human, on reality. He was just like bad. He's just a hateful, malicious human being, and would happily like allow his people to suffer for his own benefit. I know this because my grandfather knew him. Now, like, not like knew him, they weren't like friends, but like business associates. My grandfather like exported shit out of Turkey and had met Saddam while doing so throughout his lifespan. Now, like, from the things that I heard, there's no socialism in this person at all. None. Gaddafi was an Arab socialist and was actually socialist. Depends on how socialist, I suppose. Look, like, that's a subject we can look into. I opened the Arab socialism Wikipedia article, but again, we're going to go through the entire like article on political ideologies at some point. When we go into socialism, that'll be in there. It's in there. So this photo was taken of a Brazilian boy playing the violin and crying at the funeral of his teacher who rescued him from poverty and crime. This image is considered one of the most emotional photographs in modern history. Wild. Yeah, like that is very emotional. I'll have to look more into like whether Gaddafi was a socialist. Islamic socialism is impossible. I don't necessarily think that is true either. Gangster. I just think that like socialism can't be possible unless we get rid of money and capital entirely. I don't believe in market socialism. I don't believe that you can have the transitionary period of going from like free market to no market and have something in the middle. It has to just one to the other because the existence of capital will just recreate the market. Saddam was like a weird amalgamation of pagan ancient religious mythology, mafia thug, malicious to the extreme, not 1 ounce of Islamic faith in him. True, yeah, no, that's what I know of Saddam. That is how he has been described to me, Hans Sousa. The largest brawl in NBA history resulted in players receiving suspensions of 86, 30, and 25 games, along with combined fines totaling $11 million. Let's see these basketball players fight.
Objected, I'm not sure. He'd have to walk past the Pacer bench to go. Now Artesta's jumped over the scorer's table and is trying to get down to the bench.
Wait, you can hear the fucking sneaker squeak as he's like skipping on the chairs.
Now Artesta's jumped over the scorer's table and is trying to get down to the bench. Artesta's in the stands. Oh, this is awful. Fans are getting involved. Steven Jackson's in the fans. Rasheed Wallace going into the stands. The security trying to...
Good old America.
Somehow restore order. Fans and players are going at it, and the players trying to help each other out.
unironically, like, people look at this and they think uncivilized, but sometimes you need shit like that. Like, every now and again, not like in any sort of mandated or formalized way, but like occasionally you just need to have like a good brawl for the health of the society. Not like to the death, not super duper violent or anything like that, but just like a good brawl every now and again. It's good for the soul.
This is a disgrace. All the players now, they're jumping in there to try and get the other players out.
Well, I'd say I'd read it, Han Sousa, but I don't particularly have too much time or ability to read these days. And can't read it on stream until we're done with Marks. So, married couple separated for 54 years during World War II. The woman never remarried, and but the man did and had children and grandchildren. I'm not, can't do that one. Too sad. Fuck that. Let's look at Putin and Kim Jong-un driving around together. I feel like this music is gonna get me in trouble. Again, like, you guys realize that all of this is like created to produce an image of these people that is positive to the Westerner, right? Like, Putin is not jacked, shirtless, horse-riding man, and Kim Jong-un is not a Hollywood filmmaker from North Korea. Like, these people are malicious, hateful idiots at the most charitable I can be on the subject. Iran made its revolution with its Islamic socialists. Now we can see where Iran stays. To be fair, that's partially America's fault, but also partially not. Does Un speak Russian or something? Maybe. Every year we take all the people on death row and force them to fight to the death. Nope. Too far. Because that requires us to have a death row and a prison system, both of which I am in favor of abolishing. So, no, we can't do that. I just want, like, a natural fight to break out every now and again. Like that. You know, like, you see it in... We saw it in that video, but sometimes you see it in other countries, like parliament buildings, where they just, like, throw hands, and then everyone goes back to normal. I want it to be, like, a naturally occurring session of throwing hands. Gaddafi with one of his lady bodyguards in 1994. Now that's based. First of all, the most like 90s haircut for this chick. And she looks fantastic. Like, I would let that woman put 50 holes in me with that gun. Just for her hair. And, I mean... Yeah, he probably did. Okay, you had to make it suck, Art. You had to. I'm standing here, like, enjoying how nice her hair and her fit is. I'm about to talk about how, like, dumb he looks, because he looks like he's trying to have pimp as his fit, except, I don't know, it's not giving me that. She's giving me Spice Girls with a, like, semi-automatic machine gun energy. Kim Jong-un likes munching fried Korean food as much as I do. Probably. He's literally a god and speaks every language and never defecates. That's definitely true. That's depressing that this is like a thing. Princess Diana broke royal protocol for her sons by participating in their school's Mother's Day race. Why is royal protocol that you can't, like, hang out with your kids and do school activities? Sucks. I can't play some of these videos because they have copyrighted music. Oh! Well, that's based. Let's watch Vladimir Putin get his ass kicked by a small Asian girl.
Would have been more pleased by the performance of Putin's next opponent.
That's Vladimir Putin.
You would have been more pleased by the performance of Putin.
I never saw this before. That's excellent. Oh, God. A peppering of cases, the scientists determined the DNA samples taken at gruesome crime scenes are not the persons incarcerated. His female bodyguards are awesome. I admire them. They thrill me. Gaddafi did coke and LSD with his entourage. I doubt he transgressed with... Well, why does him doing coke and LSD make it less likely that he raped his bodyguards? Yes, strong man, huh? Oh, again, I just want to thank you to Art for saying the funniest thing that could have been said about the fall of Damascus, and that is the rebels really did show the Russians what a real 3-day special military operation looks like.
You would have been more pleased by the performance of
I mean,
Putin's
again,
next opponent.
wow. And this is like, you can tell that he was much younger because of where his hairline is. I mean, obviously, like, low quality video, but like, this is like 15 years ago. This is a sunset on Mars in 2005. That's cool. It's cool. It's cool. I really like these threads of just like old stuff that we haven't seen in a while. I mean, Tiananmen Square, we've all seen Tiananmen Square. I'd be shocked if you hadn't. Oh, that was in 2000. Damn. So yeah, 24 years ago. If that happened now, he'd break his hip and back. Absolutely. In fact, that's why you'll never see him do that again. 100,000 Iranian women marched against the hijab law, Tehran, 1979. Poor women. I mean, they've tried that multiple times since, and it hasn't exactly gone away just yet. Oh, look, another pedophile. The first dog in space! Yeah, poor thing died there. Incredible photo of a German soldier going against direct orders to help a young boy cross the newly formed Berlin Wall after being separated from his family. Nice thing to do. Berlin Wall was a stupid way to deal with the end of World War II. The human zoo in Paris. The human zoo definitely existed mainly in Europe and America. Both Asians and indigenous people of Americas and Africas were being displayed. That's horrific, although not particularly surprising. Hard to be a pedophile when you're chemically castrated. That's true. Socialism never innovates. Maybe we should. Maybe we need to innovate. I know what the point of it was. I just think that we could have done better in like every fashion post-World War II. Oh, crap. I didn't even realize that was. Jesus. You can absolutely refer to him as a pedophile. Michael Jackson here is not a child. All right, I think that's enough of that. Wait, that's not a meme? That's a real person's nose? I'm not going to show it because someone's going to make a joke. But very, very big nose. Kind of. Actually, no, I have to. This looks more like someone who's had their arm amputated on their face. It looks like from here you've had your arm amputated and that's the stub, but as this guy's nose. I did not know that. Piss poor praxis. I mean, he's still a pedophile, but been studying wall a bunch lately. The only wall that I care about is the wall in the north. It's average, okay? I mean, okay, so wasn't he on like Epstein's list as well as like Diddy's list as well? I was pretty sure that Michael Jackson was a pedo. Associated with Epstein or Diddy. Let's just find that out real quick. Nah, he definitely has links with both. Like, there's documents linking Jackson to Epstein, and there's, at the very least, talk linking him to Diddy. So, yeah, not to the cocaine party. That one was just for not Matt Walsh. Actually, probably also Matt Walsh, but Matt Gaetz. I'm gonna get sued for defamation now. So we just looked at some cool shit from around the world. Now let's look at some stupid shit from a very particular part of the world. Just Googled it, and his status as the man with the longest nose in history has been disputed. I mean, fair. This was a Twitter like thread we were looking at. I didn't necessarily think that like that claim was 100%. I thought it was fake the first time I saw the photo. All right. I need to go pee, and then we'll come back, and then we'll move on to the next topic. Fuck, it's getting hot in here. I need proper air conditioning for this room. Genuinely. Was Trump a friend of Epstein? Yes. There's literal, like, audio of Epstein talking about how they were best friends for, like, more than a decade. Macaulay Culkin alludes to being touched, abused by MJ. He never brings it up to himself. Blah, blah. Again, like, does it really matter? The guy's dead. Okay. God damn. By the way, sorry if I'm like kind of half in it today. I'm running on very little sleep considering I had to set up this PC last night after getting it yesterday so I can stream today. I'll be more with it tomorrow, which is why I think I'm going to hold on to Syria until then, because really want to be able to delve into the important shit going on and the various different, because Syria, unlike a lot of the stuff we've talked about today, touches on essentially everything. Like, the entire world is affected by what's happening in Syria and what's going to continue to happen. So tomorrow for that one. So stupid shit.
Balloons, thousands of these trash balloons over the border to the south already. What are they hoping to achieve?
A campaign of psychological warfare has begun on the Korean peninsula. The demilitarized zone separating North and South Korea is now the front line of a dangerous and bizarre tit-for-tat. Thousands of balloons have been launched into the skies above the DMZ, while dozens of giant loudspeakers have been set up all along the border. North Korea has severed ties with the South in response to what it calls US-backed war games, and has recently blown up roads and railways which link the two countries. Here's an inside look at how this fragile border could soon deliver a foreign policy headache for the incoming Trump administration.
We are not far away from the heavily militarized border separating North and South Korea. And right now, we're on a patrol with a special force set up to find activists looking to send balloons, leaflets, and drones that way into North Korea.
I mean, piss poor praxis. That would work if it was a regular swear jar or that. But yes, I wish.
South Korea is trying to manage tensions at the border with these daily patrols. Anyone caught by this force faces thousands of dollars of fines or jail time for up to a year. The stakes are high because North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un considers these launches to be highly provocative. There is serious concern he will escalate things with a violent response. Chae Sung-young is one of the activists drawing fury from the Kim regime. He's planning to launch 100,000 leaflets into the north, carrying messages personally.
Again, why are we doing leaflets? We already know that we could just airdrop some projectors with pornography and end the North Korean regime like that. Just put an ad at the end.
Attacking Kim Jong-un and his regime.
We'll probably see a unified Korea in our lifetime. It's just, unfortunately, it's probably going to be the North taking, like, the South.
that vilify Kim are treated by Pyongyang as a direct attack on the nation
Not
itself.
to say the South was
So you
ever
plan to fly this
particularly
drone
democratic, but
from South Korea into North Korea?
그렇습니다. 북한에서 아무 말도 안 하면 가만히 있고 또 보내고 그럴 예정입니다.
Their aim is to pierce the Kim regime's ironclad control over information, and North Koreans found with the leaflets would likely face severe punishment.
the South's
So
not
are
too
you
much
worried
better.
that
They're both
as a
kind of
result
fucked.
of these leaflets being sent into North Korea, something serious?
Honestly, like, the people of the North are probably less insane than the people of the South. The government of the North is more insane, the government of the South, although not all that much. But, like, again, if you want to really fuck with Korea, just airdrop some projectors with porn. We saw what happened to North Koreans in Russia when they got to Ukraine and they had access to the internet.
Serious could happen from North Korea?
It's not roaring hot now, but it's getting there.
5년간 우리 정부 신변보호를 받은 적이 있어요.
Remember the no new wars line from Trump?
지금은
We'll see how that turns out.
저도 70이 넘었기 때문에 뭐 죽고 사는 거는 뭐 더 겁이 안 납니다.
Pyongyang has warned that the activists will pay a high price if the launches continue. North Korea accused Seoul of supporting the launches and has responded by sending back thousands of balloons of a different kind. In May, hundreds of giant white balloons carrying trash and excrement began to drift over from North Korea. Some have traveled as far as the presidential office in Seoul and beyond. The fear in South Korea is that the North could one day use the balloons to send biological or chemical weapons. While Pyongyang wants
Big
to
balloons filled with garbage and shit.
avoid war in the near term, the array of balloons instill fear and strain South Korea's military. South Korea hit back at the launches from the north by firing up giant loudspeakers to blast K-pop across the border.
South Korea might
The
disagree.
music is seen as a sore spot for Kim Jong-un, who wants to limit exposure to the outside world inside his impoverished country. One morning, villages along the DMZ woke to discover Pyongyang had switched on giant loudspeakers of its own. A constant barrage of unbearable noises now flood the border towns day and night.
뭐 여러 가지 소리가 나는데 뭐 사이렌 소리도 나고 뭐 막 삐 하는 그 좀
Think about how much better life would be for everyone involved if all of the loudspeakers were just playing like ambient whale sounds.
기괴한 소리, 귀신 소리, 그 다음에 동물 소리, 늑대 뭐.
What do you make of the activists who want to send balloons to North Korea?
표현의 자유를 저도 뭐 존중은 하지만 그 표현의 자유 때문에 저희가 겪는 고통은 결국은 저희의 생계와 생존에 관련된 부분들이거든요.
North Korea has previously threatened artillery strikes against the South Korean loudspeakers, and the concern is that an escalating cycle of provocation may one day lead Kim to use his forces along.
Can't open it, Art. Might accidentally, or Lennon. I can't open either of yours. Those like are copyrighted songs. Can't play them on stream. Sorry, this might be a bit off topic, but did you ever see that movie where a piece of cheese is abandoned by his family at Christmas? That sounds familiar. Wait. I can't remember anything about it, but I feel like that's at least something that exists. Maybe not like like abandoned by his family at Christmas bit, but something about like there is a movie about a piece of cheese and something to do with family that I'm either making it up because you said it and my brain is putting things together and calling it a pattern, or there is something that I'm remembering from my childhood of family and cheese in a movie. Whether it's a Christmas movie or not, that I can't say. I did understand the joke of provolone, so I'm gonna go ahead and say that that is not the memory that I have. But anyone have any idea what the fuck I'm talking about? Like, maybe it's like some VeggieTales shit? There has to be like something, right? We watch this. I'm Googling this.
The border. North Korea is estimated to have thousands of artillery pieces positioned on its side of the DMZ. Analysts have modeled different scenarios in which North Korea fires artillery into South Korea. In one scenario, the North uses a dozen artillery pieces to launch a surprise attack on a large electronics factory. The strike could cause thousands of casualties and possibly affect global economies.
No, I'm either definitely confusing what's the claymation shit with the dog and the French claymation thing. I think there's something about cheese in there that I might be confusing. I don't know. Who cares?
In the most extreme scenario, North Korea launches a massive artillery barrage along the border, striking major cities, airports, and U.S. military bases near the border. The think tank concluded this would lead to over 200,000 casualties.
No, not
and that there's
Ratatouille.
little the U.S. could do to stop it once it starts. North Korea has begun stationing more troops along the border while dismissing the need for nuclear talks with the incoming Trump administration.
My friend. What is
Donald Trump has touted his close relationship with Kim and made history as the first sitting U.S. president.
I know you
to cross the
sidetrack. It's not hard to sidetrack me. What is this fucking claymation like kids cartoon? Had a dog, had a guy. It was French, I'm pretty sure. I remember watching it in French in school. Anyway, look, don't think that like, you know, they're on the verge of war over in the Koreas, but it's not looking great either. So keep that in mind. Wallace and Gromit, thank you. Maybe I was just confusing all of what you said with something from Wallace and Gromit. That might have been, you know, it. All right, and let's talk about Georgia one more time. This is day 11 or day 12 now of the protests. It's not anti-government protests, it's anti-Russian government protests. It's British? I was sure that that show was French. All right, well, that's probably what I was thinking of with the cheese.
In the descriptions, there was written that you shouldn't point it directly in the eyes, but I don't care.
Look, there's really creative ways to non-violently fight back against the police. No, Vizora is not my real name, but I'm glad you found me as well, and I'm glad you liked the stream. I'll definitely see you later, and thanks for the follow. I mean, in America, this shit will still get you shot with a, at the very least, like a rubber bullet, but...
I think when we write some words, for example, noisy...
In the context of what we've seen in Georgia, this is as non-violent as it gets here, cat thrower. Like, it's been pretty violent of an 11 days. So, what's this stream about? Politics.
We are just writing noisy and people are noisy.
Again, don't do this, but I do like seeing the mostly peaceful protesters actually like having, I don't know, the balls to fight back. This is their democracy on the line. If they lose here, then their country is gone. The Russians will take it. That is the whole thing. Yeah, that's stupid. And also, I think a felony, cat thrower. I'm pretty sure. Like, pointing that shit at planes? Yeah.
რამიზანია რო დავყავოთ პოლიცია, რო დავანახოთ, ეს არის ჩვენი ბოლო გამოსავალი, რადგან პოლიცია გადასცა ყველანაირ.
We've covered in detail a lot of the different days of these protests and what they've looked like, but just for the sake of day 11, let's have a deeper understanding from the talking heads.
Politically divided country of Georgia, thousands gathered in the capital Tbilisi for an 11th straight night after the government's decision to halt European Union accession talks. Now, the protesters, waving EU flags and chanting pro-European slogans outside the Georgian parliament, they are opposing the ruling party Georgian Dream's refusal to pursue EU membership talks and alleged electoral fraud during the October 26th parliamentary polls. The Georgian police dealt the protesters with force, water cannon and tear gas.
Hello. Yes, definitely all good today. Actually, very happy because now I have a new computer and it's all nice and fancy, and I have Discord open at the same time as streaming. I'm having some time. I definitely am lacking sleep though. Yes, I was born in Turkey. Gangster.
Has been used to quell protests. Authorities have said that over 400 protesters have been arrested since November 28th. Georgian Prime Minister made an announcement last week that Tbilisi will not seek EU accession. Critics accuse the government of backsliding on democratic reforms and moving closer to Moscow.
This is objectively true, by the way. It's not
My
just
name
an
is Luca.
accusation. And here's some of the people on the streets and their take of it.
I'm 26 years old, and I'm here because I cannot stay home and watch how they are destroying my country. how they are taking away our freedom and our fundamental rights, how they are arresting people my age and younger, how they beat them up and give them ridiculous punishments.
I am Salome Bakhtazer. I am a student, 18 years old. I am protesting against these unjust decisions of my government. I just want us to move towards Europe and not back to the
Note that, like, we've been covering this story for almost 2 weeks now, and not once have I seen anything from anybody that is, like, in an honest way talking about how the people of Georgia are in favor of the current government. Everyone's on the streets constantly, like, protesting for the last 11 days now, right? But the claim from the government is that this was not a rigged election, that this was, you know, perfectly legitimate, and that these people are all being anti-democratic. However, where's any of the, you know, the media personalities that are like, hey, look, I wanted this. At least in, like, America, the Russians could shell out the money for that. They couldn't, obviously, in Georgia. Or rather, not enough that it mattered. Not enough that it makes any of the headlines, because all I've seen consistently is these people are angry and they're protesting against the Russification of their government. We're banned to use Discord in Turkey. Hopefully someone created VPN. I did not know that Discord was banned in Turkey. I know they banned some dumb shit over there, but, like,
where we just got out from.
Hi, this is Luke Almaniashvili. I'm 22 years old, and I'm standing here because I believe I unrationally love this country, and I'm against everything that is happening here right now. We're not tired, and I think we're gonna keep coming here every single day. It's 9th day now.
you know, Lenin, we might be failing with the revolutionary sentiment in America, but, I mean, it's not absent in the world.
29th day, and we will be still standing here, and
This gives
we
me
will
hope.
do everything within our power to get rid of this illegitimate government.
Strangely, anti-war protests in Portland, Oregon, USA, 2002-2003. I do not recall mass arrests. I mean, dozens of people, not including myself, arrested. Anywhere near 400 as a contrast. That's out there. Well, I mean, it's not just mass arrests in the context of a protest that we're talking about. This is mass arrests in the context of protesting a fascistic government gaining power. Even poor people in the US are doing okay, no motivation to protest. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say poor people in the US are doing okay. That depends on where in the US you're, like, living. You can be poor and relatively all right depending on where you are, and you can be relatively rich and still really poorly off depending on where you are as well. But it's not about a lack of motivation to protest. It's just more of a these people have drank the Kool-Aid, so to speak. They don't blame, like, the blame that they would place on a group to cause them to go out and protest is not being placed on the correct group. That's the main issue we have in America, in that we're mad. We just saw the CEO of a healthcare company get shot, and both the left and the right agreed, and we're like, I don't care, this does not bother me. It's a lack of class consciousness, yes, but it's also a lack of just, like, direction of the anger. I recently wrote a Christmas version of Pump Up the Jam. I call it Put Rump Ump the Jam. I like it. Based. Ah, damn it, gotta put money in the swear jar now. Okay. I'm trying to, like, decide on whether or not I want to jump to the next segment, but I think for the day, we're done, because if I open another segment, then I'm going to have to go on for, like, another hour on the subject, and I'm going to not get into enough detail on any of this shit. Like, I need my sleep before we can really start to break it down, because all that I have left now is Syria and Romania. The big, like, main topics to talk about. We had other stuff too, but it's okay. I'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, as well as the rest of the week. Thank you to all of you new people who came and watched today. I very much appreciate all the, you know, follows and the subs. Please don't forget to go and like the stream on YouTube, because that definitely helps as well. And if you're on YouTube, you're likely going to get censored by Nightbot more often than you're on Twitch, because Nightbot just doesn't like YouTube for some reason. This is I can still see it doing it after I entirely removed Nightbot from YouTube and then added it again on a new PC. It's still doing it, so not much in the way of something I know how to fix. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow, and then we'll get into foreign policy. For the time being, though, have a lovely night. We are mad as hell, and we're not going to take it no more. True.